What up, folks? What up, tubers? YouTubers? I had a late start today. Did not really feel like really streaming at all, honestly. Today's a low energy day, chat. Very low energy. Machines. All right, so we got a new set rotating. Domineer United, Brothers War, Phyrexia, all will be one. March of the Machines and March of the Machines, the Aftermath, all be rotating now. Alchemy rotation coming soon. With the release of Edge of Eternities, Alchemy will be getting some changes as part of our yearly rotation effort. Rotation is the time. Okay. Wilds of Eldraine, Alchemy Eldraine. Thunder Junction. Already claimed all those. All right. Well. Man, I got like a 5 head today, not a 4 head. With my hair slicked back. Alright, so we're going to do some, let's see, we black or green spells, black or red spells. Black or green spells, black or red spells. Standard rank. Let's try to mutate this, see how this does. Y'all hear that, chat? Yikes. Not exactly. Oh, I guess we keep it. That's something is. Feels a little weird, oddly laggy. Do this. Yeah, I'm getting like a weird error. The music's kind of vibrating weird. That's not very nice. Not very nice at all. We'll go ahead and drop this down, this up. Sure. Go ahead and swing. We'll get. Yeah, game's acting real clunky for some reason. Very odd. Yeah, I don't know. Something's going on. Jumping around. Yeah, it's getting real laggy and choppy.
army will envelop this world.
Something's not right. I'm gonna have to probably restart or something here. Something's acting really strange with the computer.
My packs give me strict death.
Kind of funny because I had another streamer said he was having issues this morning. Thought maybe his computer was overheating. I know mine's not. I just basically started it. So it's very odd. Odd indeed.
No way but my way.
There we go. Unit decks are pretty tough.
My army has been destroyed. You get used to the smell.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way of beating that. Just gonna get it back every time. Sure, it's game. So I think we just say good game and get on to the next one. I think I need the end in here. I don't know if I have it in this deck or not. Terminal velocity. You may put an artifact or creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. That permanent gains haste. When this permanent leaves battlefield, it deals damage equal to the mana value of each creature. And at the beginning of your end step, sacrifice this. Let's see what we have in here. Alrighty. Alright, here we go. Let's give this a shot, chat. What are y'all doing? How y'all doing today? Yap some more. Leave a comment. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Oh, it's not working, is it? Oh, it's not working. I was wondering why no one was saying anything. It's turned off for some reason. My bad, guys. Let's see. No, it should have showed up there. Let me pop this out. Chat. chat. All right. I think I have to restart this. It's acting real janky. Actually, I think I'm gonna restart the game real quick, guys. It just had like an update or something, so maybe it's got some bugs. Five in the chat. No one's saying a word except for my other account. That's kind of creepy. That ain't creepy. That ain't subversive. Nothing subversive about that at all, chat. Nothing to see there. Turn the TV off. Unless I have the fire on there, it doesn't seem to really show anything. The other blues don't seem to want to show up. All right, let's go load up. There we go.
All right, so we are here at the Oklahoma City Pride Festival. Yearly event takes place in Scissortail Park. Pretty standard thing, a bunch of tents, debauchery, people walking around celebrating their rebellion against God. Why is everyone so closed-minded and bigoted out here?
But this was not the typical Pride outreach we've done in the past. This time we were joined by a small group of fellow believers and abolitionists, ready to bring the word of God to bear against the evil of our age.
Speak Jesus and the devil will flee from you. Already down one viewer. Bye.
Here today. So, what I'm assuming, brother, doing well? Are y'all getting a lot of stuff out?
Well, we've had security stand in front of us for a bit.
Oh, really?
We're good now.
Is that security's job?
I don't know what security's job is.
Excuse me, sir, what are you doing?
What's that?
Can I ask you to stop standing in front of these people and their
I'm
signs?
just grabbing some shade.
You're just grabbing your shade?
Yeah.
Well,
This is my post.
it is. Are you lying to me?
Yeah.
Are you a bigot? Are you the kind of guy who stands in front of people's signs?
Right now, I'm the kind of guy who's standing in his post and working.
Right. So Stonewall Security is paying you to obstruct their freedom of expression?
No, that's not how I put it.
But I'll go do your job. I'll be security.
Take your sunglasses off.
Hey, can you calm down?
Take your sunglasses off.
Can you calm down?
You shut the fuck up, bitch!
No, don't yell at people in public. It's unloving. It's unkind. It's bigoted.
Shut up!
Don't be bigoted.
Hey, don't walk over her like that, dog. Don't come up all like that.
No, I'm not gonna. I'm saying.
You're leaning forward.
I'm saying she's yelling. She's yelling at people.
I love how the little skinny, twiggy, tough guy decides that all of a sudden now he wants to show up because security's there. Like, oh, hold me back. Oh, he's that guy. You know, he's that guy, and he's the hold me back guy. And then when everyone walks away and there's nobody to hold him back, he's like, oh, uh-oh.
People and telling what the.
Like that aggressively.
I'll show you about my hands. I'm not aggressive.
Oh, you better step back, man. Step on back, dude.
Listen, Linda.
So, out here having fun.
Yes, it's bigoted to yell at people in public.
It is. I agree.
You are yelling at people in public?
You're yelling at people in public?
Are you, as you're yelling at people in public?
Well,
As she's yelling at him in public.
The people that yell at you are bigoted.
Well, it depends on what you're yelling and how you're yelling.
Okay. Oh,
Like if you're like "F you, get out of here," blah blah blah.
Okay.
That's classic bigoted.
That's not bigoted.
Fuck out of here, you homeless.
So like bigoted is they
fucking leave, dude.
Yeah. Hey, can I buy some pizza?
Get him a Webster dictionary. I'm pretty positive.
I'd like to
That's
buy
not actually what bigoted means, but okay.
Dude, what is going on?
I don't care. Poof, be gone with you. You have no power
You
here.
can step away from right here.
Poof,
Okay.
be gone
step
with
away
you.
from right
You
here.
have
I was
no
interested in
power
buying some
here.
pizza.
You have no power here.
Get something.
I was interested.
Get out of here. Poof, be gone.
Get out of here.
Hey,
Get out of here.
I was interested in buying
Get
some
the fuck
pizza.
out of here. I don't care what you want.
Can I get you
Don't
down
yell.
here to the pizza spot, please?
Yes. So is the pizza not available for everybody? It's gay pizza.
Isn't it as a business? Isn't it his right to refuse business anyway?
Sure, but I wanted to see if they would sell me some pizza. Actually-
as a private business.
Actually, it closed Dr. Pepper because the lid's closed.
No.
Yeah, I need one guard at the pizza spot, please.
It's just all the yelling. I was trying to think, is there a way that y'all could calm down? Yeah. So
They're so lovable.
no. I'm fine. I want to know.
They're so loving and
Like,
they're so loving and accepting and tolerant. The group of tolerance that demands that you tolerate them is so super tolerant, Chat.
why you're being angry. Right. Yeah. I actually thought there might be a physical altercation,
Are you online?
and I wanted to.
We got people who would like to do business.
Hey, they won't serve me pizza. I don't want a free pizza. I'll pay it for it.
I don't want your money.
No, okay. No, I'm just wondering why the pizza spot.
I don't want your money, but you'll force a Christian baker to bake you a cake, and then if he doesn't, you'll sue the crap out of him. Make it make sense. Help me make it sense. Help me make it make sense.
Spot wouldn't serve me.
And they have the right to.
At a,
They have the, why are you entitled to get pizza?
well, I guess I'm not.
Okay, you're
But-
not. So
but-
they decided not
But
to
at a
help you.
pride festival of all things.
Why? Why? And what is that?
Wait, this is a place of happiness? Hey, you really want one of those ice cold Dr. Peppers?
We gotta get to New York Slices place. Holy crap, these guys are wild.
It's not for TV. I just couldn't hear what you say.
This guy is abusive. I hope you get that for TV. He hates kids and he hates women.
I love kids. I love women.
You do.
Yeah.
I bet you do. I'll ask him about it.
Oh wow.
Just throwing around insults and accusations that aren't true is not cool.
Don't come over here with this gentle ass demeanor. You're walking over here with your fucking shoulders off and tucked back, right?
I wasn't, man.
Walk away.
I'm calm.
Tough as you are out here.
Yeah, he looks like, kind of looks like Brick Jones a little bit. Kind of got that little meth mouth thing going on there. Looks like a short hair Brick Jones.
I think you didn't see me. I walked over calm. Yeah. I was trying to make sure that she didn't assault someone.
Saw you, you pretty wild cat.
Well, we have the video. So, anyway, why are you guys causing such a mess over here?
Someone has to do it.
I guess. I just was over here talking to that security guard, and he was like, I'm supposed to stand here. It's my post. Standing in front of her sign. And I'm like, really? Don't you think there's something else you could do? And I turn and look, and there's like a literal fight about to happen. Hey, y'all, what do you think?
Oh, that's so cute.
Is it cute?
Note, she's grinning at the picture of a murdered baby.
That's adorable.
Do you not believe that human beings should be loved? Whatever happened to love is love and all that stuff? Well, no, the bigotry.
Adorable little
My daughter was right.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
You think that's the only just justified abortion? Your daughter being raped? See, like I'm saying, there's an extreme bigotry towards human beings that's on display at this thing. It's so surprising that all these people.
funny, man.
What? The bigotry is not funny. It's bad. It's bad whenever bigotry leads to actions and the actions are killing people.
Oh no, that baby
Well,
is gonna feel so bad.
No one here has done that.
No one's done any.
No one here. These kids haven't even had sex, and I had all three of my kids. It's about
Yeah, but it's not just bad to do it, it's bad to allow it. No, it's not controlling women.
Thousands of years. Women couldn't even get a credit card until they're 70.
Oh, what's that?
Get a vasectomy. If it's such a problem about what women do with their bodies, then why isn't there a bunch of laws controlling men and their bodies?
There is.
There is not.
Yeah, so do you guys think that men can do whatever they want with their bodies?
Really? Yeah.
They have for a long time.
No, do you guys think there's laws against rape?
Commercials all day long on the radio.
Yeah, that's
Isn't
like
that
the
God's
bare
plan
minimum
too,
of
for them not to
society.
be able to have sex? Wouldn't that be God's plan?
No, so I'm saying, like, listen, like I really do want to understand y'all. I don't know if y'all want to understand my position, but it is like,
I do not.
it's when there's a human, don't mistreat them and kill them because they're a human being. And so I think that we do have proper laws that control men's bodies. Like men who want to like rape women, we say you're not allowed to do that, right?
Okay, because that
And
is
then-
controlling a woman's body
Right.
against their will.
And then-
Because there's two bodies.
And then the woman is ostracized for saying anything about it or too afraid to say anything.
Well, that's
because,
wrong,
oh, well,
right?
How were you dressed?
Right.
What were you wearing?
Sure,
What
all
did
that.
You say to him?
Sure, all that, but we agree fundamentally, we're on the same team, that there should be laws controlling people's bodies when they're hurting other people's bodies, right?
That is not a person.
It's
Human body.
That's her
That is
body, though.
that is a clump
You think
of
that's her
cells.
body?
That
So
is
when-
a clump of cells.
Were you ever in a womb?
Mine.
So whenever you were in your mother's womb, were you just a clump of cells or were you in there?
Yeah.
You went
I
through
was
it.
just a clump of cells for a very long time.
Well, what are you made of now?
More cells, but like I have actual thoughts.
Yeah.
Unlike that thing.
Yeah, so human beings that have higher thoughts should get protected more than human
What's
beings.
up,
that
Mr.
are, like,
Monday?
awful.
It's not a human. It's a clump of cells.
That's why I'm saying it's so bigoted to look at humans.
Yeah, it went a little longer than I intended. I was enjoying the conversation with Miss Navy Girl there. I thought it was a fun conversation. It was a good show. I appreciate the feedback on that. And tonight I'm going to be doing a review. I think tonight I'll be doing a review of the show that I was on Sage Outcast show yesterday morning, and it got a little contentious. So I would be interested and fascinated to see what other people would think of it and what their thoughts were on it in general. But yeah, thank you for the feedback.
And say like you're a lesser human, like a lower human,
Honestly, sir,
because you're just a human in the same state that everyone else
I
does.
just want to leave after this. It's really hard for me to have a man say
Why is that?
because men get women pregnant all the time and then leave.
Well, that's not good. We think that's wrong, right? When a man abandons a woman, yeah, that's wrong. Abandoning, like,
If you get
yeah,
rid of
it's wrong.
abortion, it will just go back to the back alley abortions and women getting clothes hangers and shoving them inside.
But that would be wrong.
It will never go away. You will just
Well,
make it more dangerous.
if I killed your son with a coat hanger, would it be okay? It's wrong to kill people with coat hangers too.
All right. Appreciate the heads up on that. Yeah. We'll have to keep abreast of that. I mean, what are we on, the 8th, the 7th, the 8th of July?
It's not going to go away. You're just going to make it.
That's all.
No man should?
No man.
Well, what if I'm a woman?
I still don't think anyone should see.
No, like what if I just say, for the sake of this argument, I am a woman?
Okay, Benjamin Hero, come
This
through.
is about
No, I'm just saying, like, does my argument change?
I'm having fun.
It's the same exact argument regardless of what gender I am.
I think anyone can have a stupid ass opinion if they want one.
Sure, but you're
I'm not gonna.
but you're bigoted against humans, but also bigoted against people of you don't like certain genders. You think men should be a
Well, I think the actual reason is that well, I'm pretty sure I know what the reason is why he will not go to Meade County. We'll just leave it at that.
press. They shouldn't even. Like,
Actually, I want you guys like all tied up, and I want to hit you with whips.
are you a man or a woman?
I don't know. Take a guess.
Well, I mean, what? Yeah, no. What are you wanting to be? What do you say that you are?
I don't know. Take a guess.
I think that you say that you want to be a man.
I don't know.
Or you want to be both? I'm honestly asking you, what do you want?
I don't think you're honestly asking anything.
No, I am, because the reason I want to know is you're saying me as a man cannot talk about this. And I'm saying, how come you get the right to talk about
It
it?
is not the fact that you are a man, it's the fact that you have a penis.
Okay,
I'm
so
gonna be honest with you.
because you don't have a penis, you get to talk about this?
Yeah.
So do you think that that's bigotry towards my sex?
Yeah, and it's really funny.
So, like, why are you so opposed to people's?
He said,
like,
yeah, and it's
sexual
funny.
activities and realities? What's up with that?
No, it's just hate, man.
I know it's hate, it's bigotry, it's
I know.
lies. You don't even.
I'm not too fussed about it, man.
You don't even walk in the things you say that you believe. Like, your whole thing is a lie.
Okay.
Everything about it is a lie.
Okay, man. Are these guys with you?
Yes.
Hi.
What would you say? What would you say to like our YouTube audience? What would you tell all those people that follow us?
If I have a penis, you can't dictate what happens with my body.
See, that's
God
bigotry.
bless you, regardless of what stupid ass opinion you have a nice day.
But see, I didn't choose to have a penis. I was just born with one, right? Conceived with
I
one,
also have
actually.
something to say. Can I say something? Right?
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead.
You're being lied to for money, dipshits.
No.
Look, people do send us money. What do you expect us to do? Send it back? Thanks, by the way.
Hey, come back anytime and talk. When you develop something good, like, go write it down, go read something, and come back.
Here's the
It's
thing.
never happened in
Do
the
you
history of the
want to
world.
actually know what I have to say?
Yeah,
Do
yeah.
you actually want to
Yes,
know, though?
and I will listen to it.
Are you going to listen to it with the ears of a person who is receiving new information that might actually change their mind?
Yes.
Or are you going to listen to it with the
He
intent
just said-
to just tell me that I'm
He just said yes, lady. All right, Mr. Monday. Working on some breaks, dude. That's awesome, man. I want to learn how to do my own breaks and stuff. I think that's really cool. I mean, I know it's probably not that hard. But I'm the kind of guy where I'm like, I just don't really want to mess things up. You know, especially with something as important as breaks. Yeah. I don't know. Speaking of breaks, Jared Boston, how are your breaks doing, buddy?
wrong, even though you don't know what I'm going to say yet.
No, I'll listen to whatever you're going to say. I don't know what you're going to say. What are you going to say?
What I'm going to say is, I love being a mother, I love my child,
Awesome.
and I love my partner, and I love his family, and we have been able to consciously and intentionally create this family, and I would not be able to do that at this age that I am now in my 30s as a grown-up. I would not be able to give a good life to my child if I had not had an abortion when I was 18.
Yeah.
So it sounds to me like there's a lot of cope going on here. Now, you don't, unless you're Nostradamus, I don't know how you would rectify or qualify that statement. And you're coping with your choices as a young person, claiming you believe that you could not have provided what you provide for your child now in your 30s if you would have not had a schmortion, when you're 18. Now maybe that's true. Maybe you would have had a much better life. Maybe you would have had such a much better, like, little tiny hand that you could have held at 18, that would look up to you and look up at you with those eyes and be grateful that it had life. I think it's just it's the pinnacle of cope. Maybe she's right, maybe she's wrong. But at the end of the day, a decision was made to take the life of a child in order to try to improve the life of an adult. To me, I've never heard of a more selfish thought process in my entire life. The choice was made to end the life of a child, of a baby in utero, in order to try to improve the life of an adult. That's child sacrifice. I don't know if people didn't understand that or hadn't put that together. I'd never really actually spoke about it in exactly that way before, and it just hit me as I said those words out loud. That a young adult made a decision to end the life of a child or a fetus in order to improve their lot in life. Now, what if the kid was 2 years old, and what if the argument was, well, if I hadn't done away with my 2-year-old back when I was 20 years old, I would not have been able to give my partner and this new baby that I decided to have here in my 30s the kind of life that they deserved. So I had to do away with that 2-year-old, because I was thinking about, well, I need to be in a better position to provide for this kid, 10 years later. So I made the choice to end that 2-year-old, because reasons.
When I was with a person who was on drugs and a criminal.
Okay, so you made a bunch of life decisions, lady, and then punished a child for those decisions. Nobody put a gun to your head and said, go be with a guy who's all on drugs and stuff. Nobody forced you to do any of those things. Sounds to me like you made a decision, lady.
And it was a bad situation that I was in. I was young.
So what she's doing right now, she's actually confessing, and he's being very respectful and polite and listening to her. Now, I'm opining here. I think it would be probably bad manners for me to correct her in the middle of her confession. This is really akin to a confession. She's literally confessing right now, and this man is a stand-in for God, who she's really trying to plead and beg for forgiveness for. But she doesn't. Her pride won't let her. Pride. That's funny. The pride parade. Her pride seems to not let her ask for forgiveness. I find it interesting. I find it very interesting.
Yeah. And I did not know anything about anything. And if I had chosen to carry that child to term, their life would be horrible.
Now hear my words. I'm not being harsh with this woman. I'm just responding to the words that she's saying. I think she's being very genuine. I think she's being very sincere. But I do think she's coping like big time. She's got a big bucket of cope that she's filling up.
Mm-hmm. And I would not be able to grow up and learn what I know now about life and love and joy. And now I get to actually have a job where I spread joy to kids. Mm-hmm. I work with tons of kids. I go and do circus shows for them. Mm-hmm. I go...
Notice how, I can learn from how he's just shutting up and listening. He understands that what this woman is doing is, confession is good for the soul. It really is. But when you're in deniability in cope land, that can be problematic.
To libraries in rural towns where they don't get a lot of the arts that come to them, and I feel like my work is really impactful. And all the time, I'm so grateful that I was able to have access to the healthcare that I needed when I was barely even an adult. And I just know that I did the right thing.
So. One, I'm not quibbling with your story, but it does sound like you're saying that you practiced child sacrifice when you're 18.
There it is.
And because of that sacrifice, that's the key to the whole life you've built. And if you weren't able to abort that baby, you would not have the life you have now.
Yes,
but everything's built on
and many women are unable to have the life that.
Yeah, it sounds like you made a sacrifice to Moloch.
Want to have, because so often they are the ones burdened with the responsibility of carrying a child to term, especially, and in my situation it would have been the same. The person who impregnated me would be gone. Yeah. And that happens all the time. Women are left.
Which is wrong.
Alone.
We can say it's wrong, right?
It's wrong for a man to leave. It's the #1 indicator of crime and low reading levels is absentee fatherhood.
Yeah, it's a massive problem.
It's a massive problem, and that's why it needs to be a woman's right to choose to not.
But if I can challenge you, though, you're assuming it's good because you did it.
And I know many others.
And you're saying you've done it and it was the key to your happiness and all that kind of stuff. But I'm like, well, is that why you're arguing it's good because you did it? Because I could say, well, you could be the mother of 2 children, still go around providing the clown shows, all that kind of stuff.
No, I could not. This is what I'm saying. You don't understand.
And at the same time, I don't think.
See, now she's getting. He listened, and now he's giving her the most minor level of examination on what the words that she's saying. I mean, just the most minor pushback, and she's becoming slightly and slowly unhinged, right? Just ever so slightly unhinged. It's something to think about, my opinion. Something to think about.
Like to be a single
But see,
mother.
at the same time, I don't even think it justifies it. Like, I don't think
And you
that.
never will.
Well, I don't think
Because
like someone can say like,
you have
it's
no
okay.
intention of changing your mind. I
No.
used to think the way that you did when I was 16,
And you changed
I was
it.
raised
That's what I'm
in the
saying.
church,
Yes.
and I changed it because I experienced empathy for people.
You have no empathy for that
situations.
child. You
Yeah.
killed your own child. That's not empathy. I'm saying you traded the truth.
To me, it's I mean, she needs to hear this. The reality of is you chose the pinnacle of selfishness, thinking you were sacrificing this baby based on a bad decision, a series of bad decisions you made. Apparently, you had sex outside of marriage. You had unprotected sex. You had, you made a bad choice with the man that you chose to attach your wagon to, and somehow like that's God's fault. Any of these things are God's fault? At what point in time is any of this God's fault?
That you were raised in for a lie because you wanted to do an evil thing. You did the evil thing, and then
Just look at his body language compared to her body language. He's facing her. He's engaged. He's got his hands behind his back for the most part, except for the one that he might have some, a little bit of Italian in him. Like Italians love to talk with their hands. I have to take a card out because that is not going to work. There's too many non-forest cards in my deck here. I just realized that. And that card is not going to be useful. I think I'm going to switch it out with a Vivian.
and now you're calling it good and saying that it was key to your existence.
And the Bible says, "Woe be it to those who call good evil and evil good. Woe be it to those who mistake bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter."
So your whole existence is built on murdering your
Something
own
akin to
child.
that.
Ask you something. Do you
Yeah.
think calling people murderers helps them in any way?
Only if the truth sets people free.
Yep.
And has it so far worked?
For many
Accusing
people,
of murder
for
has
many,
Yeah.
turned them
for
around.
many people who have murdered their children, they've come into agreement with that truth. They've confessed it. They've given it to God. God has forgiven them, washed them clean, and they
Amen.
walk in a newness of life, and they
Amen.
are redeemed. And they look at their lives and they say, listen, I did this selfish thing because I thought it was the key to happiness, but it only brought me misery, and I only lied about it. I said that I was happy when I wasn't. And they come to that reality, and they confess it, and Christ redeems them, heals them, sets them free. I have seen that happen.
This area is dead, is what Sam was trying to say.
Oh, well, it's not that dead.
Even though I know I'm gonna get rid of the baby.
You don't have to yell. I'm all ears. Seriously, I'm serious. Like what? I didn't catch
I
it.
said I love getting abortions.
Why?
Because I know it's not right for my body, and I know
What's-
that.
Do you seriously love abortions?
Yeah, I do, and if it's good for a person, if it's good for a person to get an abortion and it won't kill them,
So you don't believe in human rights?
I do.
It's not human rights that you're promoting. It's pro-birth, and you actually don't care about women.
Well, no. People exist before they're born.
The heartbeat doesn't start until 4 weeks.
People actually exist before they have heartbeats too. They do.
Yeah, before you were knit in your mother's womb, I knew you.
Like your heart develops. It's not like there at the beginning. So you're conceived and you have a biological blueprint, and then you develop.
Gonna
So
be
I
a
believe in human
unideck.
rights. And when I run into people who don't believe in human rights, I do want to talk to them because it's a weird thing.
So if you're for human rights, then what's your thought on everyone protesting?
So I love how he poses that. I want to, because I'm for human rights, and so when I run into someone who's not for human rights, I want to talk to them because I find it's a very fascinating thing, right? I love how he's saying that, because it really puts them on a different foot. It puts them on the foot of like when he's saying I'm for human rights, and while he's talking to a bunch of humans who for decades claimed that all they wanted to do was just be a part of society. You know, that was the claim. The claim was, we just want to be accepted. We don't want to be punished for who we are. You know, we just need acceptance, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Turns out, no, that's probably not really what it ever was about. It was actually always about domination and demanding that people respect their lifestyle. And as you can see, here's a man just sitting there holding a sign, expressing his freedom of speech, not running around harassing people on purpose, you know, doing anything negative to these people at all. No, I just find it interesting. I find it very interesting. And so the cognizant dissonance has to kick in with these people, right? They have to actually start realizing, like, oh crap, you know, this dude is for human rights, and if we're against him, then maybe we're against human rights.
Protesting against ICE. What's your thought on everyone protesting against?
We got to be consistent. Don't mistreat any human being anywhere with malice aforethought. So intentionally seeing a person and saying, this person isn't valuable, I'm going to kill them or something like that, should be opposed consistently across the board.
Okay, then I have a question.
Real.
Because I believe in bodily autonomy, and all you guys that don't, but you say that you do.
I absolutely love how he's utilizing in a respectful way Saul Alinsky's rules for radicals. He says, I believe in bodily autonomy. And when I run into guys like you, people like you that don't believe in bodily autonomy, he's taking their talking points. He just absolutely took their talking points from them. It's crazy. It's brilliant.
Like, I'm trying to challenge you on that.
So I actually had to get 2 abortions because I almost died.
Because you almost died? 2 of them?
So do you put the fetus?
Well,
put the fetus before the?
No, equal. Just equal.
So if my life is at risk again, I have to go through this entire.
So why are you conceiving human beings if it makes you have to kill them? What I just want to know, what's your full story? What's your full story?
I want kids.
So
I can't survive
so why do
pregnancy.
So
I almost died by 2 pregnancies, so I had to abort my kids.
they tell you have to abort them?
Because I would have died.
Why? Just tell me more. I'm wanting to know.
I have PCOS and endometriosis. I have
Okay.
stage 4 endometriosis and PCOS. 2 of the most deadly types of uterine issues that a woman can deal with. And when they conceive, it can actually cause internal bleeding, and it can cause the uterus to actually.
So if I look that up, that's going to tell me you have to get an abortion?
Yes.
Okay, so I did go and look it up. She's lying.
Yep.
Stage 4 endometriosis and PCOS does not necessitate abortion. A pregnancy could be more difficult, but no, the baby does not have to be murdered to save any mother's life.
So do you think that's the only, because I've looked up generally where they say there are no actual medical reasons that demand you get abortions. There are situations where a baby dies in the womb because of an ectopic pregnancy or something like that, where you have to remove the body after they've died, but there are no actual medical necessities that you have to get an abortion. So I'll look that one up. But are you saying that's the only?
Oh no, not just that.
You think it's okay to get an abortion for other reasons?
Well, okay, I have a question.
What about 12-year-olds who get pregnant because they were raped?
I think we should love children and protect the children of that are conceived in rape.
Why? Because it wasn't
Because children conceived in rape we shouldn't punish children
it wasn't
for their.
The victim didn't want the child, so why should they be made to carry someone's child?
Yeah, I hear you. It's difficult, but I don't think you should kill people because they are results of a crime.
Yeah, but don't you think that baby is going to be resented by the?
I don't think we should kill people because we think they're going to be resented. That's so judgmental.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people I know who do that. Yes, they love the child, but every time they look at the child, they see their attacker.
So they should just kill them.
That's how my mom used me.
So she just killed you.
She wanted to.
But you think it would have been okay? So you're saying, like, if you look at someone and you resent them, you can kill them? Y'all really believe this?
Yes.
Like you're allowed to murder. You think murder is okay?
Wow.
If I believe.
No, I'm just saying the logic of if somebody causes you resentment, that means they don't have the right to live. Because that's what you're arguing. Like, someone's gonna have that effect, so therefore you can kill them.
I mean, I am a witch, so I can just perform death spells on them and
Oh gosh. Yeah.
hope to God that they.
I'm a level 53 wizard.
So it sounds like just a bunch of weird, like inconsistent, delusional stuff.
Yeah.
It's a human in the
Can I
fetal
ask you
stage
to
of
have the
development.
conversation on the dirt?
Yes, you may.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
He asked me if he could ask me to have the conversation on the dirt. Yes, he can.
You can ask. I'm just not going to do it.
If they want to have the conversation on the dirt, I just was talking to them.
No, that's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I got you.
Not this way. Go over there.
He wanted me to get out of the way of the walk.
Yeah, I said on the dirt.
Okay, I'll go here then.
No, we don't want you to go over there. No.
You don't own the public sidewalk.
Well, you guys can't tell me where I. Okay.
We're not engaging in conversation. You do your thing.
Okay, you're not talking to me?
No.
Okay.
No, get your camera off us now. Go.
Okay.
We don't want any affiliation with our.
I'm not trying to be rude, but you guys are telling me where I can stand and what I can do.
Yeah, go. Okay.
Okay. If you don't want to talk to me, you don't have to.
No, we don't want any part of our.
Oh, you guys ruined my conversation with them.
No part of our booth needs to be in your film.
Okay.
Because the issue isn't really about the babies. Y'all don't give a shit about the babies.
Sure.
If y'all cared about the babies, people wouldn't be getting rid of hotlines. People wouldn't be like, if you cared about like children and stuff, that wouldn't be happening.
No, so deeply caring.
Control over women's bodies.
No, deeply caring about human beings because we believe that humans are valuable. They're made in the image of God, and that we believe "Thou shalt not murder" is a real thing, and it's good, and it honors God, and it loves our neighbors. Do you believe "Thou shalt not murder"?
When they go overseas and kill a whole bunch of children, or
That's wrong.
genocide that's going on in Gaza.
Yeah, any kind of unjust killing is wrong. Like any murder is wrong and should be prohibited equally. So, like you're saying that I'm inconsistent because I don't oppose some other kind of murder, while you're actively arguing for this kind of murder.
It's not murder because it can't live on its own.
So you think it's only murder if a person can live on their own? So is it okay to murder a 8-day after birth human? Why not?
Outside of a human body, it cannot survive.
Yeah.
Well, no, but it can't live on its own. If the criteria is...
If it has to rely on somebody else's life, or it's not murder. It's still in your body.
But so you really think that's what makes murder murder?
Yes.
Okay, so...
I'm saying if I...
So a 1-week-old, that's why I said a 1-week-old
is
cannot...
surviving off of your nutrients.
Yeah, but without other bodies coming... Hey, without other bodies coming to help, the 1-week-old or the 1-day-old, or
But the thing is,
even the
once
2-year-old...
it's out of your body, that is no longer your body. So that's different. But when it is in your body,
Why? Sorry, I'm being...
because it's using your nutrients. And once it leaves your body, that is wrong. It's already...
So I think murdering humans are wrong because humans are valuable. Do you believe human beings are valuable?
Hi, it's Benaya. You're probably wondering how I got here. Normally, I'm leashed up at the Abolitionist Rising Gear store, but not like that, no. Not like that. I just mean in terms of human slavery. Not really, but Russell says if I don't sell 100,000 t-shirts, I'll be sent back to Indonesia. So please help me, please. Each shirts help feed 2 very hungry Indonesian kids. Mine. But all the other sales help too. Thanks. Bye.
I've been flipped off, cussed at, yelled at, spit at. They denied me food. I've been treated horribly all day long. I know that's going to happen, but it's okay. I'm still trying to share the gospel with people.
But there's a time and a place to do that. I'm not here trying to make you gay.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to change your mind. I don't want to change your mind.
But this is the time and place I'm choosing to do it.
Yeah, but you have to understand you're coming into some other people.
It's funny, aren't they pro-choice?
Space and trying to do that in their space.
My.
Coming into like your church or a
Sure. This is my space, though. This is my space. What's that? What's that? Are you singing the song? Huh? I thought you were trying to say something to me. You call me ugly? You usually call strangers ugly?
Yep.
Do you find that do you admit that you're a judgmental person? A lot of people don't think they're judgmental, but they are judgmental. Mean, bigoted, judgmental people. But sometimes when you start saying stuff that people know is true, and they like get offended, they want you to move. Because the Bible does say,
Y'all are saying he's very contradicting, and it's a little crazy.
well, no, that's not contradictory. People,
No, because he's saying the fact that we're all here, we're going to hell. So what are you doing? You're going to hell too because you're here.
anyone who dies in their sin will go to hell.
Yep.
No, because I believe that Jesus will give you a second chance at the gate. Do you not believe that?
At the gate? No, it says it's appointed for everyone to die once, and then comes a judgment.
That's a crazy way to think.
No, it's not a way to think. No, so he says, go and tell everyone the gospel. So I can tell you, right? I can say, hey, right now you're living, you're breathing. If you die in your sin, that's it. And so I can tell you, but the free gift of God is eternal life in Christ. If you believe on the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, confess your sin.
Amen.
Have mercy on me, I'm a sinner. He will save you and wash you clean. So I'm telling you that now.
Are you getting the fact that you think that this is a sin?
Have mercy on me, Lord, for I'm a sinner.
What is a sin? Abortion? Or homosexuality? Or
You're here, yeah.
oh, I think I think sin is abundant and prevalent among people because we are sinners. I think that's what we do. We do evil to each other. We do evil to God, and we do evil even against ourselves. We are riddled with sin. That's our problem. So everyone in our culture does kind of believe that there's like good and evil, and there needs to be justice. We all want there to be justice against evil. So I just say, hey, that idea that you have is a right and good idea.
Okay, so what do you
Let's just extend it.
What's going on in the world right now? Do you agree with anything that's going on in the world right now? As it pertains to abortion and like homosexuality.
Oh, there's a
People
ton.
getting picked up off the street. Do you believe about that?
There's
Is
a
that
ton going on in the world that I don't agree with. Tons. But the thing is
okay? So why are you so worried about this?
so it's legally okay to murder your.
Is there nothing else in the world that you have a beef with? Why don't you focus on that instead of the thing that I like? Okay. So now you get to choose for this man what he should or should not focus on.
Your own children while they're in the womb.
Yes. That's crazy. If
That
you're
law-
going to murder the mom, is that?
What I like is he's assertive and calm and patient and truthful, which can seem unkind, but in fact is the pinnacle of kindness. Telling someone the truth is probably the nicest thing you can do for them, in my opinion. It seems to me, anyway.
Is that not okay?
No, it's legally okay for a mother, for no reason just because she wants to have her child terminated.
Why is it legal?
It's legal because people do it
Because you have.
and they want to. It used to be legal to own people and sell them on auction blocks. Abolitionists stood up and said, this is unjust and wicked, and it should be abolished. Like, if you believe in human rights,
See,
if you believe in loving your neighbor as yourself,
I do, but I don't
just
judge.
apply that to everybody.
I don't judge them. I want them to make the choices that are good for them and the choices that will help them in their soul. But it's not my right and not my responsibility or the weight that I have to put on myself to judge them. I don't have
Yeah,
to.
but it's not really judging as so much as telling the truth.
It's your truth.
It's like,
Because
I wouldn't tell it. If it was just my truth, I wouldn't preach it.
I would say that, but we live in a perspective-based reality, right? Your reality, even if you told me
There
everything.
is an actual reality.
Yes, but
Some perspectives are true, some perspectives are false.
Yeah, but
If we're using perspective in that way.
yeah, absolutely.
Someone says human beings are valuable, they're made in the image of God, and you shouldn't mistreat them. Someone else says, actually, if I can get away with it, I think that person's wrong and they should be stopped. Like, I think the rapist should be stopped.
Yeah.
And someone who's opposing rape shouldn't be called judgmental. They're just opposing rape. Someone who's opposing murder, it's not judgmental, it's
So what do
opposing murder.
What do you tell me? I didn't have to have an abortion, but I was raped.
Mhm.
I had a niece that was raped, a best friend of mine that was raped. Luckily, none of us had to have an abortion. But would you tell us we'd have to carry the baby full term, even though it was a brutal, vile rape?
Well, yeah, I'd say if you had a baby in your womb,
And it belongs
the baby was put there by what the rapist did.
Yeah.
So that's the person who did the evil thing.
Yeah.
So the baby's not there by their choice. So I don't think you would answer his evil with more evil. I don't think it would unrape you.
That's where the disconnect comes from. They don't see it as evil, they see it as removing it.
Who's they?
Yeah, but it's not a cancer, it's a human.
That's how they see it because of their trauma.
Not all of them. I know plenty of women have kept their children that were conceived in rape. They're actually right now, if you just do this, chances are, statistically, someone out here is conceived in rape.
Yeah.
Actually, if you're just looking straight.
Too. And I think that
They're valuable and they're humans. They shouldn't be punished.
and that's a sign of strength when a woman can do that. But not every woman's strong, unfortunately.
Yeah. Well, if our culture surrounded women in that situation and helped them and didn't just say,
Yes.
go take care of it,
Yeah.
which is what our culture does.
You're absolutely correct, they do.
And it doesn't unrape them. It doesn't make the burden go away. What's up, man?
Hey, you at the tattoo festival?
No, I'm not.
Oh, that looked like tattoo art.
It's a bit of a I did it. It's a bit of a tattoo.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
It's thou shalt not murder, you know.
Yeah, those aren't babies, though.
They're not. Well, what do you think they are?
I think they're clumps of cells. So
Yeah,
moot point, moot
I do.
point.
I do think they're made of cells.
Yeah, my pinky's made of cells too. It's not a human.
No, your whole body's made of cells. You are a clump of cells.
I took biology, buddy. It's good.
Yeah, biology tells us where human beings come from, and you suppress the truth in biology.
Oh, don't follow me.
I'm not following you. I'm not following you.
I follow God. That's different. You know,
and he's trying to tell people that God doesn't love them because they will love who they love, and sometimes abortion is needed. You don't want to be like this person. When you grow up, you support people in their rights.
Preach the truth. You always have to preach.
Yes, God.
But you always have to preach.
Yes, but he's saying God doesn't love us.
The justice, that's not true. God does love.
My child believes in God, but he also believes everyone should love who they want to love.
Yeah.
And his sister had to be aborted because he could have killed his only parent.
Yeah. Well, I know, but it's not true what you told them. I don't think that God doesn't love us.
Well, that's basically.
God loves us.
Abortion is needed sometimes. Like,
Sometimes?
did you want him to be without a parent?
No, I want him to be loved and treated.
And he wouldn't be, though.
Listen, just if you murdered his sibling or whatever, please don't indoctrinate your child in front of me on your bed.
Tell him. No, besides that, Bubba.
God is real.
But tell him what you think.
God is real. God is just. Lord God, I pray for this young man. I pray that you protect him, raise him up.
Amen.
Have him walk in the truth. Have him
The truth
live
is that everyone should love who they love, and if this
Yeah,
is needed.
but if you're trying to indoctrinate him, I just pray.
Well, my mom's indoctrinating him to God. I don't believe in God, but he does.
I'm saying, I pray that you would not be able to feed his mind or fill it to where he can't think about these things on his own. You're telling him, you're brainwashing him right in front of me. You're brainwashing him right in front of me.
I mean, that's not good.
See him in the news in a few weeks for molesting children. So,
Killer argument, little guy.
I mean, that's what most of your teaching is. You know.
My teaching says that it's wrong. Your teaching probably doesn't.
No, my teaching says it's wrong. My belief is that it's wrong. But then why is every day you're hearing of another preacher or another youth pastor?
Because they're evil, man.
There you go.
You believe there's evil in the world?
When you're trying to watch.
Well, then you're spreading it.
No, I believe that there is evil in the world and that the gospel of Jesus Christ is the answer to that evil.
Set you free.
Gay pride events are extremely dark places. They are fueled by perversion, blatant rebellion against God, and unabashedly focused on grooming and indoctrinating children. As followers of Christ, we are called to expose the unfruitful works of darkness, not ignore them. We are to shine as lights in the midst of a dark and perverse generation. It's often said that evil triumphs when good men do nothing. This kind of evil runs rampant in our culture when the church stays home and hides its light beneath a steeple. We must rise up. We got to go to these places, push back the darkness, bring the truth, justice, and mercy of God to bear against the evils of our age. As one abolitionist has put it, the fields are ripe for harvest, but the workers are stuck in their pews. We greatly appreciate our viewers, but if you're watching from the sidelines, it's time to get in the game.
Yeah, I like that. That's good stuff. Questions. I'm gonna do this. No chump block for you, sir. Sure. Okay.
Hey, what's up, everybody? The following interaction was filmed in Norman, Oklahoma, downtown Main Street, in my hometown. And this conversation is pretty intense, so I'd like to watch this one with you and make some comments along the way. For babies? Death penalty for babies?
Do you believe in death penalty? No, I'm saying do you believe in the death penalty?
For babies?
No, just for a human.
For murderers. Not for humans. Only murderers. And rapists.
I don't know if that's a human.
You don't know if it's a human?
What? So if you were to look at like...
No, I'm an abolitionist. I think that the laws against murder should be applied equally to all humans.
Oh. No, okay, yeah.
You think that?
In self-defense, too?
Well, that's not murder, that's self-defense. So if you have the law, if you have...
Is that not self-defense?
What's that?
If the mother's dying, is that self-defense?
Well, the human fetus is not killing the mother.
The fetus is a parasite, though, at that point.
No, it's not a parasite.
What is a pregnancy complication?
A human being, listen, a human being never becomes a parasite or acts like a parasite.
How is the human being surviving without the mother?
What's that?
How is the fetus surviving without the mother?
Can't survive on its
own. No, a human fetus can't survive without its mother.
Oh.
Just like you couldn't survive when you were a human fetus inside your mother.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. If I was killing my mother, I would hope.
She would kill you?
Yeah.
See, I would advocate doctors doing no harm and helping both the human fetus and the born human mother.
Rape or incest?
I believe rape should be punished with a death penalty.
But if someone's pregnant from the case of rape or incest, should they...
Punish the rapist, not the child.
So a 12-year-old should carry a baby to term?
Yeah, you should help her.
A 12-year-old?
Yes.
We're pro-life for the unborn life, but not the 12-year-old?
I'm not pro-life. I'm for the abolition of abortion. So I don't think that we should solve problems with murder.
Okay.
All right, real quick. Just file these things away as we continue to watch this video.
What's up, Yoda?
They brought up rape, incest,
Nice
pregnancy
game of
complications. if
Shall
the
we
mother is
play a
dying,
game?
Ectopic pregnancies, if the fetus is killing the mother, and if the mother is 12 years old. Those are all reasons or justifications or exceptions for abortion, which this couple and their friend have put forward to justify abortion. So someone's been...
death penalty for murderers.
Only
Is that
for
not
murderers.
but that's solving the problem of murderers with murder.
So the state, I believe that the government has been given authority to bear a sword against evildoers. So after a trial, someone who's found guilty of murdering someone, their life is forfeit, and the only one that can put them to death is the state. But that's not murder, because that's capital punishment. Capital punishment.
So it's just we just pick and choose what lives we care about.
No, we just act consistently. So, for instance,
so women that get abortions should be put to death.
if they break a law to murder a child, they should be put on
when
trial.
women leave the state of Oklahoma to get an abortion, they should be put to death.
Women don't leave the state of Oklahoma. Well, I guess they sometimes. So when you murdered your child, why'd you leave the state of Oklahoma?
It was legal here.
It was illegal?
Yeah.
So you were far enough along that you had to get a surgical abortion?
No, I didn't get a surgical abortion.
That's what we're talking about here. It's none of those other situations. It's her
Cosmetic,
abortion.
yeah.
And let's back up a little bit and let's watch the young man that's with her as she confesses her abortion.
So you were far enough along that you had to get a surgical abortion?
No, I didn't get a surgical abortion.
Did you see that? We are just talking about her abortion. We're also talking about his child.
Wow.
Where'd you go?
I went to Kansas.
So you drove to Kansas. So that's malice aforethought, right?
I don't understand how.
Okay, so you found out you were pregnant.
I think the tragic part about this is how much that these young girls are being lied to and getting gassed up and indoctrinated in the universities, that by evil indoctrinators. The other aspect that's kind of sad too is how little say most potential fathers have in whether or not their child is carried to term. I find it to be utterly repugnant how little say the men in these situations have, and they're just kind of at the mercy of the women at the end of the day.
So there was a
And the
human
state.
being inside
And
of
the
your
state.
womb. Then you said, I don't want this human being to live. So you chose.
I didn't say that. It's not a human being to me.
Well, it doesn't matter what it is to you. That's what it is.
It isn't though.
It
It's science.
Listen, I'm trying to be
It isn't.
gentle.
I know,
I'm trying to be gentle with you because.
But also fundamentally, this is a little bit of a red herring argument. We
What's that?
disagree. I don't care about when life at conception starts. To me,
So
it's
I
life
know.
at birth.
So I'm a Christian. I'll just be honest
I'm
about
a
that.
Christian, too.
So I'm a Christian. I believe
I'm a Christian, too.
that human beings are made in the image of God,
I believe that too.
and that Jesus knits us together in our mother's womb.
I believe I was made in the image of God.
You believe you are fearfully and wonderfully made?
Yes.
Do you believe that you were knit together in your mother's womb?
No.
By the Creator? Why don't you know? Here's what I think. I think you choose to believe certain things based on what you've done.
All right, I want to reiterate something here because it's very clear in the video, and you can rewind it if you want to. But notice that right there at the beginning, when I started talking to her, I was retelling her story, and I said, "You were pregnant." She says, "Yes." You had a human in your womb. Mm-hmm. And then when I went on to saying you murdered that human, then she said, "No, they're not human." Like reason and logic caught up to her.
Mm-hmm.
Then whenever I found out that she was a Christian, I turned to scripture and I said, "Oh, so you believe you're made in the image of God?" "Yes." "She's made in the image of God." "You're fearfully and wonderfully made." "Yes." Those are both scriptures. But then whenever I brought up that you were knit together in your mother's womb, you see her pause, and then she knows, I better deny that truth. The Word of God says that people suppress the truth in unrighteousness. She is suppressing what she knows is true in order to justify the evil thing that she has done. And it is plain as day.
And I'm trying to tell you,
I believe that since
you could say, you know what, I murdered my child
Why do other
out of
countries
sin
legalize
and selfishness and turn to Christ
why do
and
other
give it to
countries-
him.
Why do other countries? I'm from Canada. It's legal in all of Canada. Why
Yeah,
is that?
I'm not a geographical relativist.
Oh, so just the U.S. is deciding this?
No, I'm saying
But
if you
what
could
if-
find some country somewhere that was doing something evil, you can't say, oh, they're doing something evil, let's
so
do it here.
So are all Canadians evil then? If we all are fine with that?
Weird, it's a bad argument.
What? Abortion's legal in Canada.
I know, but just because something's legal doesn't make it right. right? Do you think that slavery was right when it was legal, or do you think that slavery was wrong and that the law was also wrong?
But the law was never preventing.
Well, if slavery continued
until now, abortion wasn't prevented under the law.
People break the law, and then they should be punished when they break the law.
But it's not breaking the law. It's not breaking the law at all.
If you break a law, you should be punished.
Okay.
Don't you agree with that?
No.
You don't think you don't
but
think?
how did I break? I didn't break a law by leaving Oklahoma.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you say there's a law that says that, in the state of Oklahoma, if you take an abortion pill, the pro-lifers here, right? Here in Oklahoma, if you take an abortion pill, you can't be punished because the pro-life legislators say
because
that.
everything you're telling me is based on Christianity, and even though I'm a Christian, though,
well,
not
yeah,
everyone is Christian.
That's
and
right.
in my idea of Christianity,
but it's a little confusing,
in my
right?
idea of Christianity, my main message and takeaway is God says love others.
Right.
That's my main thing.
You don't think God said this? You shall not murder?
I don't consider abortion murder.
I know, but just
That's
okay.
the fundamental
Outside of
difference
abortion, just outside of abortion, like reasoning fully. Do you believe you shall not murder?
Yeah, I believe murder is wrong.
Why is murder wrong?
You don't believe that.
I do believe that. No, I believe in capital punishment.
But that's murder.
I don't believe it's murder. No, it's not murder.
That's the difference.
Well, let's slow down. Let's slow down. And see if we can find some agreement. Okay, I just want to know.
I do have to go, but I'm just saying I don't understand how I can say abortion is not murder. You can say capital punishment isn't murder, but like one of us is wrong.
No, it's just like somebody can say, I don't think that rape is wrong because they've done it, right? And you say, why don't you think it's right? And they say, well, because she's my wife. It's like, no, you can rape your wife. And he's like, you can't rape. You know, people will argue to justify evil things they've done. And so I'm thinking that your arguments aren't based on what the Bible has said. And you're telling me you're a Christian, and a Christian believes...
And a Christian would not be out here on a college campus condemning women.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay,
Christians
a Christian would not be a block away from a college campus condemning women.
I'm not condemning.
You just said I should be punished for breaking a law.
But here's what I told you, though. You didn't break a law, actually.
But you're saying women that do break
I'm
laws
saying we should
be punished.
We should have a law.
And you're a block away from a college campus. You have no
I don't know how that has any relevance. But I'm saying there should be a law that says
think it has relevance that you're
murder.
In an area where women who are getting pregnant.
I'm saying
you don't think that has no relevance. Why are you here then?
I'm here because there's people here to talk to, and I do want to talk to you. Like, I don't want to just like have a debate.
I do too, but I just like the way that you're.
The
talking
laws
to me
against
and saying
murder
that people should be punished.
Should be equal, and before God, you murdered a child.
I really.
And you will stand before Him. And I'm saying, if you stand and say this wasn't murder, He'll say then you're still in your sin, and you can't come to be with me. But if you give Him the sin, and you say, I sinned, I killed my child, and you call out in the name of Christ and ask for mercy, He is faithful and righteous to forgive you for your sin.
I didn't sin.
This young lady is lying to my face about the most serious sin that she's ever committed. All sin separates us from God. That's true. But sin that we say is not sin is sin that we're holding on to and saying, I don't need to be forgiven for this sin. That is why, as you'll see, I can tell her that I do not believe she is a Christian.
I did not commit murder.
But God's saying,
God did not say that I
you
committed
told me that you believe you were fearfully and wonderfully made and made in the image of God.
I didn't say that. I said I don't agree with that.
You don't think that you were fearfully and wonderfully made?
I said that I was wonderfully made, but not in the womb. That's not what my argument
is. Did you just pop? When were you made?
I'm not arguing about the life of conception with you.
When were you made? It's not a red herring. It's important for this argument. When were you made?
I don't think it is. Christianity is not important for this argument.
When God says, thou shalt not murder.
Christianity is argument for.
Okay, let's leave Christianity out for the sake of the argument.
I really have to go, and
do you think that there should be laws against murder?
I can't keep arguing this because you're just throwing out red herring arguments.
No,
obviously I think
you know the word red herring, but you're not using it correctly.
I think I am.
It's not. I'm staying focused on the thing. I want to tell you that if you would agree with God that it's murder, you could give it to Him and He could set you free.
God, that it's murder. God doesn't think it's murder.
He does. He says, I knit you together in the womb.
That's not what He says.
Yes, Christ entered the womb. We all know this. It's in your Bible. Claiming to be a Christian when you're not a Christian is not safe.
I'm not a Christian.
If you don't believe that God's word is His word.
God said to tell other Christians that they're not Christians. I didn't hear that.
If you deny Him in your words and in your deeds, you cannot claim to be a Christian. In what you do, you're saying that you do not honor and love Christ. Well, that'll stick in her mind, hopefully, for some time.
We said that this video was intense. It didn't get heated. It didn't, there was no violence. Nobody got attacked or spit on or yelled at. It was a conversation. But in this video, we see a young woman who has murdered her child, who claims to be a Christian, who then also says that the parts of the Bible that she disagrees with, she doesn't believe in, the parts of the Bible that she likes, she upholds. Then she tells me that Christianity has nothing to do with this argument. Anything that the Word of God says that would demand that she confess her sin needs to be thrown out. I was attempting to get the gospel in there. At one point in time, I did. I got to at least tell her that if she would lay her sin down, God is faithful and righteous and will forgive her of her sin. I tried to get that to her. Every single time that I try to go there, she moves away. It's like the light of the gospel makes her run to the darkness. And ultimately, that's what she does. So what I desperately wanted to share with her is the good news that, yes, God hates the hands that shed innocent blood. God hates murder. God will judge murderers, and that no murderer will enter into the presence of God. No murderer will be in heaven. I wanted to tell her that truth because I wanted to turn around and say that we know a God who forgives murderers, and murderers can be washed clean by the blood of the Lamb. That Christ would forgive her that sin if she would only give it to him. And yet she wants to hold fast to it. This is the most dangerous thing that any human being ever does. In the face of the gospel, rejects it to hold on to her sin. She thinks she's good enough. She thinks she's a Christian while she is denying the very gospel which makes a lost soul saved. Thank you for watching these videos. Please go and do likewise.
I'm not going to feed into your right-wing bullshit. Leave me alone.
The world that you're supporting right now, you are in danger.
What do you mean? Why am I
Look in the mirror, sir. You are in danger.
What does that
supposed to mean?
What does that mean?
Are you talking about his skin color? I'm talking that he's Hispanic. An old man taking photos of me. That's not weird at all. How's it going? How are you? Great. We're doing some videos today, some interviews about the protest that's happening. So
There's a couple of groups. There's a group that's over back over here too, and then we're over on this side.
The park.
I did what?
We got kicked out of the park for tables and whatnot, so we're trying to figure out where to actually set up. But in the meantime, I'm going to stand here and exercise my right.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys are wearing the Handmaid's Tale costumes. I see those great costumes. Why are you wearing those today?
This is protecting our women's rights. Because if we continue the way we're going, we're all going to be wearing something like this. We're all going to be made into...
I swear on low-key some of these... How you doing, Melanie? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I swear some of these women actually low-key are fantasizing about becoming like concubines. Like I know this sounds crazy for me to even say those words out loud. I get it. I can't believe I just said it. But it almost seems like they low key lack purpose in their lives, and they're like, I just need a strong man to tell me where to stand, what to do, how to do it, why to do. And listen, I'm just saying, the pendulum is swung too far, where women get to do whatever they want, and they're bored now with it. They want to be told what to do. You know,
the economy, the rights of a fascist man. I stand no firmly.
I mean, I think we're heading towards that for sure, but this is for me to make just a statement. Like what she said, we're headed towards that, and this is going to be basically like what we saw in the Handmaid's Tale.
and these women aren't wrong. It could very easily slip into that. I mean, if you looked at Iran or Afghanistan in the 70s, the women there dressed pretty much just like they did in the West. They had a lot of freedoms. They were very open. The borders were open. They were all pretty open-minded about things. And then fast forward to, in the last 30, 40 years, it's gotten really severe. So these ladies aren't wrong. It can very easily slip into these kind of a scenario very quickly. And like, for instance, Andrew Wilson would say this quite often. Well, it's about the force doctrine, right? But at the end of the day, it's like women can do what they can do until men say you can't do it anymore. And how are the women going to stop them? The very few women would have the ability to stop a man from exerting, man in general, from exerting his will over them. But it is because of the kindness or the generosity or I'm not even sure what the right word would be. The benevolence of the average Western male who gets crapped on for being benevolent. If it wasn't for that,
Surrender your
right?
mind to Phyrexia's will.
What kind of a situation would we be in? They'd be doing exactly what, I don't know. I'm kind of babbling.
They've already overturned Roe versus Wade, so
Right. What's
they've
next?
started.
Yeah. Well, what was next? Medina versus Planned Parenthood, and then they just defunded Planned Parenthood for 1 year.
So they took that out as well. So what's the next step? What more are they going to take from women?
Well, I think people should start paying for their own abortions if they want to, do that, right?
Agreed. If you need to have an abortion, however, if it's an emergency and you don't have the funds to, we should have those funds available for those women.
What if people don't believe in abortion because many argue that it kills a baby?
Don't get one.
Yeah, but should they be forced to pay for it with their taxpayer dollars when they don't believe it?
But not everybody's taxpayer dollars are going towards it. What is the percentage of taxpayer dollars going towards abortion?
Well, just until recently,
Quite a
Planned
bit.
Parenthood was getting
Like
$800 million a year.
That was like 40% or something like that of their budget was coming from taxpayers against our will.
From us.
Okay. And is that all for abortions?
According to their latest report, which is 2023 to 2024, 96% of their services were abortions. So that's most of the money going toward abortions, and that's from their annual report on their website.
Okay, well, I do have something to say. I had an abortion when I was 16.
Oh, here we go.
And
Are
it
you
wasn't
gonna- are you
paid
sh-
for my loss.
Are you going to shout it?
I'm sorry. I was sexually raped.
I'm still apologizing for the loss.
So
of the
it's
child.
not the loss of a child to me. It is a loss of something I didn't want to begin with.
The child was punished for the crimes of the
It
father.
was not. The child was punished for the crimes
Well,
of the father.
you killed
I
the
was
child.
Oh, you can hear the inner feminist just ripping right out of this woman, huh? This woman. Wow. Just ripping right out of her. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I get she's the kind of woman that'll poke a man in the chest and talk about his misogyny. You're misogyny.
punished.
You absolutely were.
I was punished, but thank you.
Well, I'm giving condolences for the baby that she terminated.
Honey, you be careful.
That's all.
Oh,
well, I was
careful.
adopted. My mother.
Careful what? Are you, your little butch, butch manly haircut? What are you gonna do? Are you gonna get a higher and a tighter? Is that what you're gonna do? You gonna get a higher and a tighter? Massimiliano Raffazi. Bye. Buffalo and goose. No, I didn't mean it like that. Sorry. How you doing?
I know, but I'm saying
and I get to be here.
The world that you're supporting right now, you are in danger.
What do you mean? Why am
Look
I
in the mirror, sir. You are in danger.
What is that supposed to mean?
What does that mean?
Are you talking about his skin color?
I'm talking that he's Hispanic.
I am.
I don't want to fund. I'm not a big fan of having to fund ICE.
Well, what does that have to do with me?
Concentration camps.
What does that have to do with me, though?
What does that have to do with him?
I don't understand.
Because they're not. They're just pulling people randomly off the streets. They're
not. He is a legal immigrant that came here illegally. He's not a criminal. Right now, they're pulling people who came here illegally that have committed crimes. And so I think it's very racist of you to assume just by looking at him that he should be in danger by ICE.
You go to white people and say, watch out for ICE?
Okay, I have something to say. What about the Iranian?
Excuse me, woman speaking. Excuse me.
Woman that was here for 40 years, has grandchildren, was posting cooking videos. Why did they abduct her?
Was she here illegally?
She married a man. She came and married somebody. So
was she here illegally? You can still marry someone and it be not legal.
Checking in. Most of the people that they are abducting are in a legal process. They are checking into an immigration center. They are doing their due diligence to make sure that they are here doing what they're supposed to be doing. And this racist administration, thank you for bringing that word up, is pulling people off the streets because of what they...
It's funny how the white, liberal, middle-aged, Gen X-y, boomerish woman is the only one really focusing on race or casting aspersions about racism. It's hilarious. It's always the left doing it. But they try to cloak themselves as though they're some kind of champions. Dude, what is going on with the whatever they did to the game? It's odd. I'm not liking this very much at all here. I'm not sure what they're doing here. Apparently, I got most of those cards or something. Mastery.
They look like.
What about Kilmar Abrego Garcia? Should people like him be here? Wife beater, didn't have a green card. His wife called the police on him most times. No, don't switch to Donald Trump. Why do we always have to bring out Trump? We're talking about Kilmar.
It's whataboutism. You know, you're talking about, problems that women create or problems in general. And they're like, what about men, though? It's always, what about men, though? It can never stick with what they're talking about. It's always got to bring up Trump, or it's always Trump.
Abrego Garcia, who I just asked you about.
That is in her book.
How do you rape your wife?
Well, see, now that explains why you don't think a married woman has rights to not be raped.
Absolutely, but how does your husband rape you? How is that possible?
Do you not know what rape is?
I do.
It's when you force yourself sexually on somebody, and just
as a wife, this is just.
Yeah, according to the Bible, as a wife, you're supposed to submit to your husband. It's not your body anymore, and his body's not his body anymore. It's yours. You're not supposed to deny access to each other. That's according to the Bible.
My opinion, as a wife,
further engage in the fashion. You really believe that?
No, I'm a fascist. Absolutely, that's what my husband deserves.
Oh my gosh!
My husband is in the mood and he wants to have sex.
Oh, I'm not thinking you are, honey.
That's the husband.
Oh my gosh! I am just.
Yeah, because she doesn't have an old shriveled up Sahavi Desert dry vagina and a hatred for men. She has a burning desire for her husband, so when her husband's in the mood for sex, guess what? She considers that to be her duty. She gets the privileges and the entitlements of protection, provision, and the providing, right, of the man. But that's, those things are given, but she also has duties too. Like, I think men have a responsibility to protect women and children and society in general. A responsibility. Yeah.
Appalled at your ignorance.
That I want to please my husband?
That if you're having a hard day and you don't feel like doing it, he comes home, I want some. You have to.
Well, it doesn't really go like that. It's not about giving it up. I love satisfying my husband as a wife.
And you have to do that.
Something that this single woman probably wouldn't be able to really, truly comprehend. This is my shocked face, by the way. Shock face.
Whether you want to or not. Goodbye. I have a class to do.
All right, take care.
So you believe that just because he's brown, that he
Look, she's saying that she's walking away as she lingers like a bad fart smell in church that nobody wants to claim. I love these people, dude. They never mean what they say, and they never seem to say what they mean. Kind of a weird thing, isn't it? Weird.
Should be afraid of ICE.
Why did you see that? It's so weird how they.
So the racism, and then of course they walk away.
They go, "You should be scared." I'm like, "Why?"
Like,
did they go up to a white person and say that? No, they don't. They go up to me and say that. So they're judging me by my skin color.
Yep.
That's crazy.
That's a whole fact.
That is some diabolical work. So here's my view. This is obviously tricky. I do think it is possible to rape a wife. I do think it's possible.
Okay.
However.
Yep,
If
I agree.
In a brutal way, of course, but like,
let me
okay,
just add some context to that. When you get married and it's a monogamous marriage, and you're basically saying you are the only penis that I'm going to have for the rest of my life, and you are the only vagina that I'm going to have for the rest of my life, then I think it's the duty and obligation of each party to be sexually available to the other person.
What up,
Because
number
you're
two?
basically saying, I don't
Good to
want
see
you
you.
going elsewhere to find what you need. So in order to keep the monogamy happy, I think that you need to be available 24/7. However, I also understand it's unrealistic for that to happen. And so that's where I do see that a rape could theoretically possibly happen. But I think married people should just make themselves available 24/7, and then therefore rape can't happen.
Yeah, here's my more context on my opinion on it. Obviously, like if a woman is postpartum, if she's sick, like that is not a situation where the man should be just overly expecting like.
You say anything other than that, dude? I mean, it's kind of weird. It's almost like you got like a pre-programmed, thing that you say.
Join the fight.
You're not really actually engaging in the channel. Thank you, I guess.
My wife to just give it up, even if she's not really feeling like it. Of course, we all have days. Women have a monthly cycle. We have different weeks that we're feeling more sexually active and, turned on or whatever. And then there's moments where we're like, nope, I don't want to do this. I'm not feeling it. But I still don't think that's like an excuse. I mean, maybe you don't want to have like intercourse, but there's other things that you can do that don't have to involve.
There's things like manual stimulation, mutual No, you could do this. It's funny. Leave this in the video. It's funny, guys. All right, we're all adults on this channel. We can talk about these things.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't think her husband has been pleased in a very long time.
What husband?
I think she was wearing a ring.
Yeah, but
I'll have to
doesn't mean
look back in the video.
it was a husband. Unless
True.
Unless it
Could
was
have been a
butch
cat.
lesbian, which I think it's more likely to be. I don't know if it's going to get any better. We did see some Trump supporters downtown walking around with giant Trump flags. So that's always good to see. But we'll get in there. We'll talk to them. We've already been rejected by the two Handmaid's Tales. Whatever they're
welcome
called,
home, Billy.
Tales.
I have an idea.
What's up?
What if we go up and say the DEIs have arrived?
Yeah, well, that's true.
There's only white people over there, you guys.
That is true. There's only white people over there. It's so funny that all the white people are anti-Trump and all the minorities are pro-Trump.
Yeah.
That's just weird.
Yeah. And within 45 seconds of the interview, she already proved her racism.
Yep.
Let's just take note of that.
The diversity has arrived.
Hi. I'm a brown and
there's some diversity.
Brown people. Oh, hey.
We didn't see you.
What brings you out here?
We thought there was no diversity.
I hate what's going on in this country.
What's going on? What's
all the political stuff?
Yeah. What's the worst thing that's happened so far?
Trump.
Well, I think the immigration issue is pretty bad. Get rid of the violent criminals, but they're deporting people that are just innocent people that have been here for years.
Okay. Do you think that violent criminals should be in the country that came here illegally?
I would be okay with deporting people that are violent criminals. But people that have been here for years and have been working and have families shouldn't be bothered.
Yeah, that's a lot of what Trump has been doing, but he's also been deporting people who came in illegally because, there's a process, right? You should follow the process to come in, and if you didn't do that the first time, you can try again if you want after you go back to your country.
Now I know where you're from.
Where am I from?
I know which side you're on.
I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
Yeah, now I know where you're from. We've got to put you in Auschwitz. We got to put you in Auschwitz. You're not allowed to have an independent thought process. Oh, jeez.
Here to get your thoughts.
Those are my thoughts. I don't think people should cross the border illegally, but they are here. And if they're productive citizens, paying their taxes, raising families, not...
Yeah, but this is the ignorance of low information voters, right? This right here just kind of, it shows you all you need to know. The ignorance of low information voters, chat. There's this little thing, and it's called remittances, right? This little thing, it's called remittances. Remittances. And they're sending these non-taxed remittances back home. So not only are they not paying taxes on their wages oftentimes because they're being paid underneath the table and they're being illegally hired and allowed to work, taking jobs away from other people in that socioeconomical need range. So the corporations are happy because, well, guess what? They get cheap labor and maximize profit. Same thing with feminism, right? When feminism reared its ugly head, they're happy about that. Why? Because now you double the workforce, because now they're encouraging women should be in the workforce. Now you're competing with men. Now men and women that are naturalized citizens are now competing with illegals. So yeah, it's all really interesting. It's really fascinating. Man. Good stuff.
Causing any problems, we can find a way to keep them here.
Well, no kings in America. I like your shirt. We just celebrated no king.
Well, I wouldn't say stupid females. I think there's a lot of very intelligent females out there. Insanely intelligent females, actually. Yeah, I wouldn't say stupid females. I think I think the guy she's talking to is a stupid male. That's what I think.
King's Day yesterday.
Did you? Well, I was at No Kings protest in Lansing, Michigan when they had it.
Yeah. Why did they have it back in June when we've had the No King's Day for like over 200 years, which is July 4th?
Don't know.
Literally No King's Day. Like,
I would argue, though, he's probably got a very domineering wife that's basically demanding that he go to these marches and protest with her. I would guess that there's a possibility that is indeed happening, right? Man, this guy is like, what is going on here? Do I do this? Should I stay or should I go? I think I do this. Should I stay or should I go now? Should I do this or should I do that? I think I do. That's 5. Right? I think if I do this. All right, hold on, chat. I'm figuring something out here. I'm thinking over here.
separate from England now.
Can't answer that. Yeah. Thanks for
well,
asking your question.
All right, thanks.
I think you might. I don't know if you're like behind in the video or not, but. Yeah.
Hey, this guy was in Caitlin's video.
Oh, was he?
Where'd you get that shirt?
Off the rack, actually.
Where?
Off the rack. I think they're at Walmart.
They sell those at Walmart?
You know what this means, really?
Yeah, Turning Point USA, get the F out.
Are you from Turning Point?
No.
Oh, yeah,
from Her Patriot Voice.
Oh, no doubt.
I actually love Turning Point. I think it's a great organization.
And Blexit, right?
Yeah, I'm actually a part of Blexit.
Blexit. They're calling Blexit the alt-white. Yeah, they are.
So we're two speakers at the Blexit event.
They're all black people.
How is it alt-white?
I don't know how that's alt-white. That's...
What?
Their insults don't even make sense.
No,
you know
they
what?
don't.
It's time, guys. I've had enough of these people. I've had enough of this.
I agree with this sign, Immigrants Make America Great, but I don't agree that people who come into the country illegally make America great.
I'm not going to feed into your right-wing bullshit. Leave me alone.
Why are you being so mean to me?
Triggered.
I'm a brown woman in America.
Hey, I'm a brown woman in America.
I'm not going to fall fall for him.
What's my tricks?
I know your tricks, Gypsy. You're gonna trick me by me saying something really stupid, and I'm gonna look foolish.
I thought we were on stolen land. Why would I leave?
Great question.
No human is illegal. Isn't that what you guys believe?
Well, she's trying to deport you from this spot right here.
Yeah, so why are you telling me that I should leave this space?
I asked you to leave me alone. What you do the rest of the day, I don't give a shit.
You told me to
I
leave.
asked you to leave me alone.
Spicy.
I would like some personal space.
All right.
Is that a crime?
6 feet.
Actually, I can stand here. I can stand there. I can stand over there.
She wants to bring back the COVID rules.
That's the thing about laws, you guys, is that laws are so important because when they're followed, everything goes smoothly.
Twist words elsewhere.
What did I twist? I'm so confused what I twisted.
You know, every one of you knows deep in your heart this is wrong.
Is this wrong in your heart? Does it tell you that it's wrong?
No, I'm just enjoying the protest.
I voted for Trump, and let me just say one thing to the camera. I voted for Trump. I think he's doing a phenomenal job, and I would vote for Trump again if I could. So I don't know
You
what she's
might be
talking
able
about.
to.
I don't know what she's talking about. I hope I am. Look at my hat. I just don't know what she's talking about. Like, no, my heart is at peace.
You don't know what I voted for. I voted for no abortions. I voted for immigrants that came here illegally to be deported, like Kilmore Abrego Garcia, like the man who killed Lake and Riley.
He immigrated here under Trump. He also had a status.
No, he didn't. Everybody was saying that he had a green card, and he didn't.
He came here under Trump. Okay?
Either way, whether he came here under Trump, Obama, Biden, still not right.
So reporting, as he should have been, and he was taken, and he was tortured.
He tortured his wife. Beat her.
Where do you get this crap?
From his wife.
From his wife. She literally had...
Yeah, hashtag believe all women until it's a woman that you don't want to believe. What's up, MTGB Hillbilly in the house? Hashtag believe all women until it's an inconvenient woman that her story goes against your cognizant bias or your bias confirmation or your cognizant dissonance.
As an order of protection against him.
And all the wives that Hegseth built up?
I mean, it's like she just keeps moving the goalpost. She does one weird, crazy accusation. It gets asked and answered. And then the second, then, oh, but what about this over here? And what about that over there? And what about this over there? And what about this there? And what about this? It's like constantly moving the goalpost.
Beat up? I'm sure you have no problem with that. Again.
But who beat up? Who?
Pete Hegseth.
Pete Hegseth.
Who did Pete Hegseth beat up? That's a new one.
I have no idea.
Educate me. I haven't heard that.
Wives.
How many wives does he have? I just know of one.
Count because I'm not interested in it. Okay.
I do like your hat, by the way.
Thank you.
I do agree. Immigrants do make America great.
Then
Legal
why are we treating them like this?
Because it's the illegals we're treating that way.
Without mansplaining? You just walk away with me.
Screaming.
Do you have to have a...
Excuse me. I hope I'm not transgressing. Ooh, I hope I'm not transgressing right now. Would it be okay if I could make a suggestion to you without mansplaining? Ooh, would you? Could I just suggest that you walk away because you get your ass kicked by these people? Ooh.
Man, tell you what to do. That's not very feminist for a man to tell you who to talk to.
I mean, to be fair though, she was engaging with us the whole time. Like
she was.
Yeah,
she didn't have to say anything.
Yeah.
See, this is what I love.
You got to keep them dumb. You know, you got to keep them uneducated. Otherwise, how do you control the masses? You know, when people have dialogues, they might share information. And in the sharing of information, one might glean something that they didn't know, I don't know, 2 minutes before. And in learning, you might change the way you think about something. And by changing the way you think, you might have an evolution of your mind with education.
A very feminine woman being protected by a man.
By a beta simp man.
Don't you love male energy, masculine energy, when a man comes and swoops you up and protects you?
It's hilarious because the guy's dressed like one of the hands or one of the eyes from Handmaid's Tale. That's hilarious. But then he comes over like a little simp, and he's like, "Excuse me, without mansplaining to you, would it be okay if I could maybe encourage you to walk away?" Holy dude! Talk about sniffing a chair the second a woman sits up, gets up from it. That little chair sniffer.
He's building a wall. I thought they don't believe in walls.
Wait.
He's building a wall.
Is this a wall that you're building between a brown woman and a white woman?
They want segregation too, apparently.
That's not very progressive.
Nobody wants to hear
Please don't, please don't. I know.
Do you guys see that they're building a wall?
I see that you are trying.
Yeah, they're built. Why are they building a wall? Why are they trying to obscure and create an artificial barrier? Oh man, it's almost like they don't really believe in the crap that they say.
To create trouble where none exists.
Obviously, there's trouble. You guys are out here. You guys are not happy with what's going on. Would you say that America is in trouble?
I would say that America is in trouble and that it appears to me that you are part of it.
So why is it that two legal immigrants are out here and they are all for what Trump is doing, but all of you guys, which I assume most of you guys were born here.
Well, you are certainly typecasting people without data, aren't you?
Were you born in America?
Were you?
Were you born in America?
You don't answer questions by asking another question. Well, who is this Muppet?
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, so
really proud of
I was so am I. That's a fair assumption, I would say.
I love this place. That's why I'm here.
Trump wants to what?
Kill America.
Kill America? Why didn't he do it in his first?
Oh my God, these boomers! Oh, boomers! You ruin everything, boomers. Why do boomers ruin everything? Stop ruining everything. Why is this woman following them around when they walked away? Just wondering, because they're on a sidewalk. What do you mean? Are you not allowed to freely travel wherever you want to travel in America? These people are assembled and choosing to be in this spot, and they can walk around, and she can walk around. That's called freedom. Isn't freedom grand? I think freedom's amazing. I love freedom. It's a little messy though. A lot of people don't really understand it, which I get that they don't understand it. But yeah, it's called freedom.
Term then.
Because there were some guardrails and he hadn't gotten rid of the other people around him.
Does it look like America is dying out here?
Hi, handsome.
No, but it will be.
You guys are in the most red, like one of the most pro-life, pro-legal immigration states.
Look at that hat.
Look at that guy.
That hat.
Whoa, did we get that? What was your message for him?
Trump is killing America.
Adam.
No. Hold on. My boomers are cool. It's these boomers, the liberal boomers, the worst.
Adam, this guy just gave you the big F you.
We are feeding these guys. Don't give them energy.
This guy just flipped you off.
Don't engage. Do not exchange another word with.
I mean, they're sitting there walking around with slogans and signs. You'd think that they'd want an opportunity with somebody with a very large platform to come by and interview them and ask them, why is it that you're doing what you're doing? Tell us about your cause. Don't you want people to know why you're here holding the sign? And most of the time, these Muppets don't even know what the hell their sign says because they're paid George Soros assets. The receipts are all over the place. Just follow the money of the shell companies and the NGOs.
Feed me, I'm a troll,
They're
feed
not
me.
trying to talk, they're not trying to debate, they are just trying to irritate. Just don't engage.
I want to debate with you.
They have some
Mana.
energy of their own. Don't give them yours.
Wait, what's your name? Why can't
No
we be
mana.
friends
We're
when
actually Trump supporters who are here to defend Trump. We're not here to troll. We defend Trump.
I've been
It's just that we're not
to
here
so
speak
many
against him, we're here to
protests.
speak for him.
Exactly. I've been to so many protests. I'm trying to figure out why people are so mad. Nobody can tell me. You guys just call me names. You're racist. You say F you. He just said F you. Don't touch me, please.
Actually, you may have touched me, but whatever.
You literally just hit my arm. He just said F you.
Got all
So,
on video, sir. Multiple camera angles.
just like don't touch
Yeah, like why you got to be gropey, dude? Keep your little gropey hands to yourself.
people.
What's that?
You're such a threat.
I am.
Am I a threat? A 23-year-old woman?
You know, I think there's a word for censoring of speech, and I believe the word is fascistic.
Yeah.
This is fascistic behavior. by the party that calls us the fascists.
We're the only brown people out here and nobody wants to talk to us.
I know.
It's the same thing every time.
Whoop, there it is.
Are you here for the protest?
I am.
See, look at this, you guys. This is a perfect example of, you guys disagree, but you let this MAGA dog drink from your pro-Kamala dog, right?
Well, dogs don't have any politics, so it's okay.
Oh, I went to the Pride Parade the other day, and they said that their dog was non-binary, like transgender.
Oh, okay. Well.
How do you know how your dog identifies?
I know that she's not a female because she's been spayed.
But how do you know she identifies as a female?
I don't. And I don't.
Maybe we should ask her. How do you identify?
See, she doesn't care either.
Silence is violence.
Where have I heard that from?
The dog.
It's so easy to clown these people, man. It really is. It's just that easy to clown them. Because they're clowns.
Is already over the protest. Liberty and justice for all. What about preborn children? Let's see. Hi there. I love your sign. What? Why don't talk to me? It's not very nice. I like your sign, liberty and justice for all. I'm what? Why do you say these things about a woman, brown people? I thought brown and black people, you guys thought all their lives mattered. Okay, so liberty and justice for all. Can you explain to me what this means?
Yes, please. It's individual for everyone, so no thank you.
So does this include preborn children in the womb?
Just don't engage. I know. I received mail last time someone approached me and they stalked me. And
oh, that's horrible.
Yeah, it was horrible. Absolutely. So no thank you, no comment.
Guess what? Guess where you'd be safe? Not being out in public, lady. I mean, freedom's messy. I don't know. Listen, I don't know what to say. Freedom's really messy. You know, when you want to put yourself out there in public on a public street with a sign with a very strong word that would go against the opinions of approximately half of the country, you think that you should be free of any kind of scrutiny for that? I don't think you should be threatened. I think that that's wrong. I agree that that's wrong. But you know, I want to be insulated from all my own decisions. I want to be protected from my own choices.
But do you also believe in liberty and justice for preborn children in the womb? Yeah. Babies that are going to be aborted. I mean, not as much because Planned Parenthood is now defunded, but...
What are y'all going to do with the babies that are born?
Well, we're going to love them. You're right, they are babies.
Until they're gay? Until they're disabled?
Nope, I love gay people too. Why do you make assumptions just by like looking at me and?
Because Donald Trump doesn't like the LGBT community, so therefore
really? Because the other day they hosted a gay pride event at Trump Tower. Where do you get that from that Trump doesn't like gay people? Where do you get that from?
Excuse me, you're in my personal space.
You just walked over here. See, they make these claims and then they have no idea how to back it up. There's no proof that Trump doesn't like gay people. He literally appointed a gay person in his first term. You look really happy today. What brings you out here? I thought silence was violence.
And then they do the heckler's veto, right? They'll do the heckler's veto situation there. And all right, hold on. I think I might be screwed. Let's do this. Do that. All right.
Patience.
And then I can do this. All right. I don't think I'm getting out of this one, chat. Yeah, I think I'm might have screwed the pooch.
Says, love me, baby, leave your union behind. Get me behind me.
What's that? What is that?
What is that? I am a union man.
You're shaking. Are you okay?
It's the low. He's probably a vegan, so he probably doesn't have the energy or the iron in his blood. You know, he's probably like he's full of like impotent rage, where he really can't do anything about anything. So, yeah.
An old man taking photos of me. That's not weird at all. This body is a machine that kills fascists.
That's aggressive.
Then the company union sent out a call.
Hey everybody! You can follow me at Her Patriot Voice, Savannah Craven, and Tao. You guys know my name. If you want to follow me, support my work, you can donate to me at givesendgo.com/Savannah Craven. Help us keep coming out here. Are you recording or is it a photo? Are you going to post that on your Facebook? Can I be friends with you on Facebook so I can see the photos?
Get a break from the heat.
Oh, look at this guy. Freedom, justice, equality. Why are they wearing Handmaid's Tale costumes? In what world are women being dragged off the street and being forced to be impregnated? Oh, maybe Afghanistan, maybe Islamic countries. Not here. Not only do women have the right to choose if they want to have a child or not, but then they can also kill their babies in most 50 states once they've already been created and conceived. And you can still do that in Florida until they can detect a heartbeat. I don't know why it's so hard for women to just like track their cycle and just...
I mean, the little micro miniature, he's just shaking with rage. I mean, these people would push a button to have your life ended if they could get away with it. They would definitely push a button to have your life ended if they could get away with it. I believe that. I truly, truly believe that. And they could get away with it and would not get in trouble for it. That button would get pushed.
not get pregnant.
You know what's weird is if a father wanted to kill his own baby, he'd go to jail. But a woman has special murder rights.
Absolutely.
She has the right to kill her own child legally.
Yeah.
That's so wild.
And they know it's a baby because they literally called it a baby. You'll see that in my video. Yeah. They said, well, what are you going to do with the babies that are after they're born? Okay, so they are babies. What we're going to do is we're going to love them and we're going to give them to the many families in this country that unfortunately struggle with infertility.
How many families is that right now about?
What up, Miss De Niro? How you doing? Howdy's just dropping in while at work to see what's up. Well, we're having conversations with people that are unreasonable. And some people don't really understand why these people are asking them questions, why they're sitting at a public protest, holding signs, making claims, and casting aspersions on about 50% of the country. So I don't know. I guess we're educating ourselves today. Or people will flee from the truth, right? The Bible says that the light shone in the darkness, and the darkness could not comprehend / overcome it.
I think it's 1 in 5 or 6 women.
How many, like millions? Is it? Do you know the number?
I mean,
because I heard it was 2 million families
definitely
are waiting
millions
to adopt
yeah.
children. 2 million.
2 million.
That's more than the babies that are aborted. So there are enough homes.
Yeah. So every single year we could give babies to 1 million couples that are waiting to adopt. And as soon as they see you, they automatically profile you. They assume. Isn't that like what they're fighting against? What they're saying, like, don't assume gender, don't assume race, don't assume political affiliation. You weren't even wearing your hat, and that woman saw you, and she was like, you need to be careful. You need to be careful because of ICE.
Yep.
Like, what? And then they want to defend a wife beater, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Where did you hear he beat his wife? From his wife!
That's a pretty good one, right?
From his wife!
I thought believe all women.
Believe all women, but not this woman.
All right,
doesn't
Savannah,
fit their narrative.
Where can we find you?
Yes, you can find me at Her Patriot Voice. Having a giveaway right now, so you can win some awesome merch. Yeah, Adam has been like the #1 supporter of my channel since before I even started the channel. So I owe a lot of my channel and my success to him. So definitely subscribe down below. What do you think about this crowd over here? We were the only brown people that showed up, and they didn't want to talk to us, and they were profiling Adam, saying that he should be afraid of ICE.
Tells you all you need to know about the left, man. Tells you all you need to know. They're the ones. They call everyone else, but they're the ones.
I think that's ridiculous for them to say that because, you know, it's not about race. It's about, you know, realizing what the real issue is, and it's about coming together and uniting together and about doing it the right.
God, listen to that unreasonable person willing to have a dialogue, a reasonable dialogue, and they're wearing the red trucker hat with the white letters on it. Oh my goodness. Oh my Jesus.
Right way, the legal way. And so if you're doing the right thing, you shouldn't be afraid of ICE. You shouldn't, like, if you're not out there committing crimes, you shouldn't be afraid of anything. Absolutely. And so everybody's entitled to the same law. Nobody's singled out, so.
100%. And they're dressed in the Handmaid's Tale outfit, some of them. They think that we're on the verge of the Handmaid's Tale. Are you familiar with that show and story?
No, nowhere near that. I
right.
think we're going to be just fine. Like, if they were to go to other countries, they'd realize real quick that we're not heading that way. So I think maybe they need to, like, do some research and go to other countries for, like, a mission trip or something to see how it really is in other countries, and maybe it'll make them more grateful of what they have here in America.
We are in the country of freedom. We had our No King's Day yesterday that the libs did not put together, by the way. We created that in 1776, okay, when we got our independence from the British. We've been celebrating No King's Day a lot longer than them. But I'm glad that you're out here repping your MAGA. I couldn't do this in New York. I'd get punched in the face again.
I heard about
Again.
it.
Oh, you recognize her?
Yeah.
Again. Oh yeah, the left just punched her right in the face, you know, as you do. You know, as you do. Because, you know.
I do.
That's so funny.
I'm actually a big fan of you. Like, you're super brave for like going out there, because New York is a hard spot to go to. You know.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. Thanks for being my video.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Have a good day.
Actually, could I have a picture with you?
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'll take it.
All right.
I don't know you. That's so funny. You recognize her.
Yeah.
You went national with that. 2, 3. Beautiful ladies.
Her Patriot Voice.
Her Patriot Voice.
Yeah, we have like 50 million subscribers. You didn't hear about us?
50 million.
My channel's out of Francisco. I have 150 million.
Yeah, he's a little bit.
I was on Fox News yesterday.
Oh wow. I was on Newsmax like twice this past week. You didn't see?
I don't really watch TV.
Oh. Do you stand with Trump or you stand with Kamala?
That's like a trick question, right?
No, it's a binary question, either one or the other. What do you stand? Who you stand with?
I can't stand with either of those.
No Trump, no Kamala.
Oh hell no.
So who'd you pick? Would you?
I can kind of. I'm not hating that statement.
Go for it.
I didn't vote.
Oh, you sat it out.
Yeah, I sat it out.
Thank you for not giving a vote to Kamala. Thank you.
But I didn't give a vote to Trump either.
No, I voted for Kamala was a vote for Trump, so thank you.
Absolutely. Is it really?
Excuse me.
Yeah.
My hands are waiting here for about 15 seconds.
Are you trying to say that you think I'm for the Democrats? Because
no, I didn't say that.
I would hope you're not.
If you don't vote for Kamala, that was definitely a vote for Trump because she was bad news.
Well, would you agree? He's bad news too. I think they're both bad news.
Would you agree with the following statement?
No, they're equally bad news. Equal opportunity bad fucking news.
Did Trump keep black men in jail on marijuana charges and then laugh about smoking marijuana herself?
You know, I don't think that's really a question either. Like, you're not really.
It is a question.
You're not news.
We are news. We're asking the tough questions. Why can't you?
Questions, but I'll take a picture so I can go and follow you.
Awesome. Thank you.
The last rally, we got beaten up.
We're the only brown and black people here, but they told all of us to F off.
Oh yeah, that's how the left side is. They're not nice. They're not peaceful. They say they're peaceful, and then they burn down a city.
You're Jewish?
Down a city? Yes, ma'am. My mom's Jewish. My whole grandparents are Jewish, but I'm a Messiah Jew. I believe Jesus is my savior.
Amen. Hallelujah.
I just want to sit with them.
Oh, no, not my people. Hey, well, grab the flag for me. Grab the flag.
Sitting with my friends. Where are you guys going? Where are you going, girls? What's going on? I sat down and they got up and left.
Do you like communism? Are you supporting it?
All of these things.
America first. Why are you supporting one?
Who do I support?
I'm wondering if that guy had a permit to have amplified sound. I'm guessing he probably didn't. But you know, the left does whatever it wants to do. Doesn't ask for permission. Howard does what it wants, apparently.
Exactly. So why would you just say that?
You're red?
They're wearing red.
Oh, that's a different color red.
So red, automatically, if you wear red, you're conservative?
No, but you're there with the Trump individual.
They just stood by me.
Oh, then my apologies if you don't support Trump. Good on you.
Should I support Trump as a brown woman?
That would be your decision, not mine.
Oh, good answer. Good answer.
Look at this guy.
What did you say? Say it loud. Say it loud.
Say it loud and proud.
I feel you should enjoy your day.
I love how we have to tell elderly people to not get in people's faces and invade personal space.
The company store.
He hates that you know this song.
Tennessee Ernie Ford.
Hi, ma'am.
What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt.
Because everybody here was trying to stomp on my First Amendment right to speak up for what I believe in. Why are you wearing a mask? Is it because of COVID? Silence is violence, you know. You gotta stand up for your brown sisters. We're being killed by police brutality. Oh, JK, that's abortion.
Hey, you know COVID's over, right? You don't have to wear a face mask outside.
This is for monkeypox. She just let me know.
Oh, it's monkeypox?
Yeah.
Damn, that's crazy. Get that bitch checked out.
You know, this is what America is all about, is opposing sides being able to stand next to each other and just say what we believe in. Bye. Are you going to the TPUSA protests next weekend?
It's at City Council.
I thought, well, there probably will be one. Oh, yeah. You know exactly where
I do know exactly.
This is Charlie Kirk's biggest fan, you guys. He knows where all the events are.
Oh, my God. Have you seen him? What I really like is how he eats those little bits with his little head on his, or his little mouth on his big head. That's
You think about him eating things?
Oh, yeah. That's what does it for me, you know. I don't make it a day without it.
You heard it here, folks.
I would go to sleep without pleasuring myself to that, you know.
I mean, yeah. All right. Clearly, if you wear red, you're automatically a Trump supporter. Yeah, but yet, she's wearing red. Leave it on her, babe. Is that a Trump supporter? She's wearing red. Gotta get rid of those. Gotta get away from the Trumpers.
Oh, good times.
Mile wave, boys. Mile wave.
It's getting down to crunch time. Starting to get dark. We're running out.
If you spend any amount of time consuming media these days, you might see a lot of this.
Your life.
It's us against them.
Will you just shut up for a minute and let
America can seem like a scary place through a screen. If you watch the news, you think everyone is divided.
Oh my God, what side are you on? Are you nuts?
If you go on social media, you'd think everyone is hostile. And if you watch a documentary, you'd think every stranger on the street is evil and out to get you. But I think the reality might be a little bit different.
All right.
So my friend and I are embarking on an experiment. We want to see if it's possible to get all the way across the United States, surviving purely on the kindness of strangers. That means all food, transportation, and shelter coming from people we've never met before and likely will never meet again.
What are we doing?
What are we doing?
Can we crash at your house tonight?
Like, you want to stay at my home?
Yeah.
With nothing but some clothes and some camera gear, Liam and I will spend the next 30 days exploring what can happen when you just put yourself out there and try to connect with strangers.
Too slow.
How the hell are we gonna hitchhike into New York City?
People just keep giving me thumbs up. I don't think people know what this means here, man.
I wanna be as free as the spirits of those who left. I'm talking about.
No one's gonna let you stay in their crib, bro.
No way.
You're sleeping on the street tonight, bro.
Y'all want a couple perverts, or
No.
This looks incredible.
I mean, we've picked people up on the side of the road before.
My arms hurt, my toes hurt, every step hurts. I can't stay here though.
Yo!
Your bed is ready. There you go.
This is insane. I think we all are on the same wavelength, but there's a lot of that gets in the way. Y'all is crazy. Wait. He literally lost everything. I'm worried about asking $10. It's easier than ever to find negativity in this world, so we wanted to discover some of the good.
A lot of people are going to be set free out of a prison that they're walking around in, day out, by hearing your story.
We're beginning the trip on the East Coast, in Boston. And before getting on the road, our Airbnb host, Ken, shared some of his concerns.
No matter how well your intention is, you still have to be realistic of there are going to be people that are going to want to take advantage of you and your vulnerability. So there are bad people out there, right?
Setting the tone for the next 30 days.
There are going to be people who want to kill you.
Not kill you, but take advantage of you. You think you have nothing, but there are people that have even much less than what you have on you right now. You know, if they think a camera, like that could be a meal for them for weeks. 100%. This is going to be a psychology quiz, right? On humanity.
Most of the people
are good, but there's just so much negativity. It's just buried. The good is buried.
Yeah.
So how do you make it rise?
Like, that's the question we're trying to find out, yeah.
That's what's that.
Ken kindly offered to drive us to a nearby gas station, and with that, the trip was officially started.
Thank you very much. Good luck. Oh my God. Let the forces be with you. The good forces.
All right, see ya.
See you guys.
So now we got to establish the rules. Rule number 1, we can't spend any of our own money. All of the food that we get has to come from the kindness of strangers. So there's a Dunkin' Donuts right here, and we're gonna go in and ask somebody if they can buy us a meal. We're currently hitchhiking across America, so we have to do food, transportation, shelter, all from kindness of strangers. We're wondering if there's any chance you could just like buy us like a muffin.
How about $5?
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you. All right, we got our first one. This leads us to rule number 2. All transportation must come from the kindness of strangers. Can I ask you a quick question? We're hitchhiking across America. I'm wondering potentially if you'd be willing to give us a quick ride to South Station.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah? No way.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
nice
just
to
get
meet
in
you.
the
You
car?
can go, yeah.
Let's go.
Come here, Finn.
And that leads us to the final rule. All
Finny.
shelter must come from the kindness of strangers.
Finley,
So
get
every
out
night
of
of
the
the
space.
trip,
Come
we
here.
have to ask people to let us
Come here,
sleep in their homes that night. And if we don't find a place, we sleep in the streets, which isn't ideal as all we have is a bag of clothes and our camera bag for the entire trip. But before we find a place to stay, we need to first make the 4-hour drive to New York City by tonight. And the fastest way we can do that is by getting 2 bus tickets.
My next one's 2 o'clock and it's $46.
$46.
Okay, thank you so much.
$96.
All right, it's going to be tough. You just have to ask literally everybody.
Can I ask you guys a quick question? We're currently hitchhiking across America. This is the first day. We have to do food, shelter, and transportation from the kindness of strangers. We're wondering if potentially you'd be willing to help us try to get a train ticket.
I've done similar things, so.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Wow, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Good luck, guys.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Wow. 60 now. We got 1 ticket. Why is it so quickly?
I don't have any cash on
That's
me.
okay.
I Venmo you, but
Yeah, no, it's all good. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
I got change for you guys.
Oh,
Are you serious?
Wow,
Thank you so much.
I think we're literally like a couple dollars right now.
Yeah, we're super close.
85, 90, 91, 92. We literally she got us to 92.
We're going to New York.
We're going to New York, baby! Let's go! With our tickets sorted out, we asked a stranger named Hans if he could help us out with some food. And he kindly bought us 2 slices of pizza.
Dude.
He got us 2 slices. This is like kind of turning out way too easy. I feel like there's got to be some challenges to come. As well as things were going, we still had our toughest challenge yet. Finding a stranger to let us stay in their home in New York City. Try to find a place to stay tonight in New York with a stranger.
This is New York City. What I'm gonna do? Just trust 2 guys off the street?
Yeah. Yo, you're bugging.
New York. No one's gonna let you stay in their crib, bro.
No way.
You're sleeping on the street tonight, bro.
I think we should do the cardboard sign. Just hold it up.
It's a stretch, but let's do it.
Okay, where can we get some cardboard? Casually pick up some cardboard. How's it look?
Great. Good job, buddy.
Yeah. In Brooklyn, that's cool. You have a place?
Yeah. Next my number. I meet a client, but call me around 10:30.
No way. I told you this would work.
That's crazy.
We got a place.
Yeah. If I were you, bro, you sleep in shifts. I'm being
so serious, bro. No, like, yo, I'm being like really sincere right now.
Yeah.
Sleeping shits.
Okay. Should we be worried? All these people have been like, watch your livers,
And the fact that our guy was like, no questions asked, oh, you need a place to stay?
wow, those are 2 fresh, clean livers that I can take.
I don't even have to convince them. They want to come to my house. He seemed nice. No, he seemed nice. But is that his whole thing?
Okay.
Liam.
Brad.
Yeah.
So you guys want to stay with me? Yeah, that'd be great. You guys don't have any food? No. I got you. We'll order some pizza. Really? Yeah. Is it good to clean my house for like 5 minutes? Yeah, of course.
He's in there like lacing all the cups with something.
Yeah. Maybe he wants to wear our skin, so we need to stretch out a bit more. Hey man, whatever. You put a pizza in front of me, walk up as much as you need. Thank you so much.
I'll
take both. Thank you. I'm thirsty. He's not a serial killer, dude. No. He could be. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, no
really
problem.
Appreciate it.
You guys enjoy. Watch
Okay.
TV. The bathroom's right here. If you guys want to take a shot, just don't have any clean towels.
Rock on.
If you guys want a shot, I might have some beers in there.
Are you gonna have a beer with us?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Well, turned out Jay was actually a really dope guy, and it was awesome getting to know about him, his work, and what it's like to live in the Big Apple. Day 1 turned out to be surprisingly smooth. If we could do all of this in New York, what else was going to happen for the next 29 days?
Dude, we are going to be getting nice and cozy tonight.
Yeah, but for real, like, this is been a nice bed.
The fact that we even have a bed at all is pretty crazy.
Fed, we got a beard, and we had a great shot. We had a great view up there. And
yeah,
it's awesome, man. Awesome, man.
The next day, we said our goodbyes to our new friend Jay, and with that, it was time to leave New York and make our way to Philadelphia. The problem was, hitchhiking out of a big city is tough, especially in a city like New York. So we asked some of the locals where they thought a good spot would be, and then we stuck our thumbs out.
Somebody's got to find this funny. Guys hitchhiking out of New York? We got to give them a hand. How you trying to hitchhike? Last night we stayed at a complete stranger's house in New York. What the You take us across the bridge?
Oh, I can't. I'm sorry.
Ah, damn it. You can't?
I'm in a work truck.
Damn it.
I stayed in the city. I just came in.
Okay. Fair enough. No problem. We're trying to go across the bridge. Yeah? Oh, jump in? Okay. Oh, get in. Oh, brilliant.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. What's your name, by the way?
Orlando.
Orlando. Nice to meet you.
Orlando graciously dropped us off at a truck stop a bit past the bridge and even bought us some food for the road. And after that, we may have broken the record for the world's fastest hitchhike.
You're going to Philly?
Yeah.
Can we get a ride?
Yes.
Hell yeah, dude. Have you ever picked up a hitchhiker before?
No.
No, really?
First time, yeah. Where are you from? Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan.
In our country, it's like it's regular, you know. Every people wants to help someone. We're not thinking like about maybe he can do something, maybe he gonna rob me, you know, maybe he gonna kill me. We're not scared anybody, except the God. We all on the same position, you know.
Yeah.
That thing, we live in the 21st century. We need to forget everything. Yeah, we're all just the same. Yeah.
When you drop us off, we're gonna go run the stairs. You should come join us.
Yeah?
We'll do that.
You'll do it?
Okay, sweet.
Okay, awesome. Let's do it.
Thank you for the ride, man.
Oh, thank you so much. Don't need the Philly sign anymore.
Next up, Washington.
We need to get a place to stay in Philly first. This is a lot.
It's a bit overwhelming. There's no like just rest.
We pretty much just have to keep going consistently.
Well, it's just hard because like I really don't see where we're gonna be able to enjoy any city because every day is gonna be like this, where it's like we might have a little bit of time in the morning to see the city, but then it's like you gotta search for the ride so that in the next city you're not in the streets for the night.
And how are we supposed to do anything fun when we can't spend any money?
Yeah.
There's a wedding party right there. It's like, what if we just asked, what are the chances that you invite 2 random hitchhikers to your wedding?
Uh-oh, hold on. Uh-oh, I just got some intel.
Alright. Have that dude in the glasses that you just got this from?
There we go. Looks like Tav is up to his old shenanigans.
Heroes for the cause.
Just in time to save the day. Never underestimate my skills.
Here comes another cop. Here comes another one. There's another one. Now that ain't two. Two cops for a fucking $87 part. return. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. What's your name?
So I'm guessing I was talking that whole time. You guys couldn't hear me.
Stroman? What's your badge number?
38.
Thank you.
Are you Mr. Circle?
Who?
Are you the individual that...
Yeah, man.
Hey, all right, so
They all know his name.
what they're saying is, I guess what they're trying to explain to you is for online returns, it's a third-party seller.
Yeah, it's a third-party seller.
Right,
That doesn't mean I can't get a receipt.
So they're saying their system
Prove it.
doesn't provide a receipt. I
Yeah,
can't-
bullshit
that's
it
something-
does. Bullshit it doesn't. They just gave me a $25 receipt that wasn't even mine, bro. I caught the dude telling the security guard that he had the paper in
Careful, Kevin. You're raising your voice. That could be considered being disorderly.
backwards, and my receipt printed out blank, and that's why they can't print another receipt out.
Okay. I mean,
So
can't-
I need a receipt. I need a manager to tell me that everything's done, everything's been returned, the dollar amount that was returned.
I can ask them to.
Yeah, I
But,
need
hey,
I need
hey,
information.
Hey, real quick before you go back in there. So they do want you to trust them.
Oh, so they're gonna trespass me now, huh?
They are. And
Yeah,
I know
because
you're
yeah. All right, that's fine.
I don't want to
Let them trespass me, but I'm not leaving without a fucking receipt, bro. Not leaving without a receipt.
They told you could take a picture of the shipping label. What that shipping label is what goes on the package.
I don't
you
even
return.
know if that's my shipping label, bro.
Did you read it?
No,
It had your name on it. It had your phone number on it. It had your address.
Go get me the shipping label.
I can show you a picture of it. You
Yeah.
want to take a picture of it?
Yeah, go get me the shipping label. I'll take a picture of it. Want me fuck? See that guy in the glasses right there, turquoise shirt, behind the tall black dude in the blue vest. He just gave Dollar the shipping label.
Okay.
That's LP. Have him come out. He knows me, or I know him. No, I'm good.
No. I'm just running it tomorrow.
Go get the LP, bro, for me. Thank you.
So you guys know each other?
I do. That's why I want him out here. And I guarantee you, I won't be trespassed once he comes out.
Okay, just give me 1 second.
Guarantee. All right. Sopra's got a guarantee, chat. Interesting.
So this is what they're going to place on your package. So it's got your name on it. It's got the Moncton address. I'm assuming that's your phone number, and that's where it's going once they put it on the package. You want to take a picture of it?
I do.
You can hold it. You're good. I just got to give it back to them. That's all. And then I believe that's going to be your tracking number, so you go to track it too once they process it.
All right. Have that dude in the glasses that you just got this from? He's LP, loss prevention. Have him come out here, please.
Yeah, I'll be talking.
All right, guys, I'm gonna fucking end this. This is horse shit.
Why are you gonna end it, Kevin? You're afraid that you got to take a picture of your phone number, your address, and stuff like that with your name? Well, I thought you were super brave. I thought you were telling people to pull up, Kevin. Oh, suddenly you're worried about doxing your address, your actual real address with your actual real number. Suddenly you care about that while you're putting out bounties to get everyone else's information. You little frickin' pissant.
And this is done. This is done. I'm gonna leave. Get the fuck out of here. I can't handle this shit anymore. Done.
Uh-oh. Sounds like we might need an intervention.
Adios, motherfuckers.
Okay, well, he hasn't deleted it yet, so we got it. We got it, chat. We got it, chat. Look at how long my hair is getting. That's crazy. I literally have it all like it comes down to here now. Let's see that guarantee in play because the manager overrides a loss prevention and trespass stores. Yeah, he's a special kind of special, isn't he, chat? The special kind of special. All right, let's see. What are we gonna watch here? Oh, here we go. Let's get into some Fleckus Talks, the podcast.
All right, welcome back to Fleckus Talks, the podcast, episode 275. Today on the show, the Epstein files are not coming out. Who could have guessed it? Then, LG.
All right, so I got to remember to clip right between 2 hours and like 10 minutes and 2 hours and 30 minutes, somewhere in there.
BTs are making God
What up, G-Swag?
mad by getting debaptized in Cringe of the Week. And last but not least, in Urban Decay, new SNAP and EBT requirements are making people pretty upset. And Carnival Cruise released some new rules that people are calling racist. All this and more, it's Fleckus Talks, the podcast, episode 275, ranked the best news podcast of all time. Thank you to Qualia for sponsoring.
Thank you, Qualia.
High quality product, highly recommend. I love it. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your vacation or your long weekend.
Yeah.
July 4th was great. We had some nice time off.
Yes, we did.
And we're happy to be back. I got some good sun, buzzed my head.
There you go.
You know what I'm up
Progress,
to.
yeah.
You know what I'm up to.
Yeah.
Trim this part of my beard. Got some hair on the cheeks. It's not right.
Okay.
Do you want to get right into it? We have a pretty
Disgustingly packed episode.
It's a very packed show. Yeah. It's a long show. We're probably going to go long.
The theme of this episode to me is the good and the bad. We take a step forward here and then gut punched elsewhere. So it's kind of one of those weeks, and we have to play both sides of it, I guess.
We have to play both sides. We have to keep it 100. So we're going to start with something good.
Okay.
Some uplifting housekeeping, if you will. We have a picture here, 2 pictures, less than 1 year apart. Trump being shot and surviving, and then Trump at the White House doing July 4th fireworks.
Yeah. So
I'm guessing being a moderator gives you like extra, I don't know, mojo or something.
could be on a very dark timeline if a couple inches were different there.
Exactly. We have to be great.
And I think it tracks your, not just that day's conversation. I think it tracks whether or not you have the propensity to normally interact with the chat regularly.
Grateful for where we're at. On a different timeline, Kamala wins. We all get put in jail. They kill us, and they give all of our money to Somalis.
Yeah, that was the plan. That was the day one. First 100 days was all the money to Somalis, you in jail. I was actually fine.
And then you get assassinated in jail once you're in there.
Yeah, exactly. The Derek Chauvin treatment.
Yeah.
Shivved 100 times. Couldn't take him out.
But, you know, I could survive that, I think.
Maybe.
If Derek Chauvin could survive it, I could survive it.
Yeah, sure.
You know?
I'm not really agreeing. I'm not really agreeing.
I'd handle it.
I don't know. Blood pressure comes out.
Oh, that's
disgusting. I don't know.
We don't know. But hey, we're grateful to be on this timeline. It's not perfect, and we're going to get to those non-perfect things, but it could have been a lot worse. Imagine 8 years of Joe Biden and then into Kamala.
Yeah. Context is important when we're doing our gripes, because we're going to have a few gripes this episode, and we're going to get into some of them shortly, but not losing
Dang it.
context. You know? People are bouncing back and forth, being mad, fell for it again awards, stuff like that. It's not really productive.
It's not.
So,
and like you said, we're going to get into it shortly. We're going to get into it now.
Okay.
Our first gripe, Elon Musk is trying to make an American party.
By a factor of 2 to 1, you want a new political party, and you shall have it. When it comes to bankrupting our country with waste and graft, we live in a one-party system, not a democracy. Today, the America Party is formed to give you your freedom back. And that was after he posted a poll saying, should I start a third party, basically.
And it sounds interesting. It could even sound compelling. But unfortunately, he's filling the American Party with Indians.
Yeah, it's already begun. And, you know, third parties, all it does is handicap one of the parties. So he'd take a bunch of Republican voters and ruin certain races if he did.
Yeah, I think it would be a great majority Republican, some Democrats, some disenchanted Democrats, but it would be mostly Republicans. It would mostly hurt Republicans going forward.
Yeah.
Here's the...
Dude, this guy's deck is fire, man. How did he get so much mana so quick, dude? Like, what? Wait, how did he get so much mana? There, then there. That doesn't make any sense, dude. Like, I've been basically putting down a mana each turn Sun don't seem right. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, sun doesn't seem right. Yeah. That's game. Yeah, sun doesn't seem right. That didn't seem right at all to me.
The president of the party?
treasurer.
The treasurer.
Yeah, and he got a write-up in the Times of India. So very American, Indian origin, Vaibhav Taneja, listed as treasurer of Elon Musk's America Party. Here he is. He was born in India. He went to college in India.
Yeah, and he's the head.
Actually, I might save this for tonight's show. No, well, yeah, we'll just leave it on this one.
The American Party treasury.
That's one of those backwards, upside-down things where they go, it's the America Party. And it's all Indians.
It's all Indians.
Yeah.
And I think Elon's realizing that the good graces he was like living off of and the good vibes he had for so long was because he was like positively attached to Trump and MAGA. And now that he's away from that, he thinks he's still like relevant and really popular without that. And he's kind of quickly realizing he's not.
And here's the thing. I want to be graceful to Elon. He did a lot. He bought Twitter, gave us back a public square. You know, I'm not here to just bash him. But let him cook a little bit, and hopefully he gets tired of this and realize he doesn't really want to do it and take away votes. But he's earned a little bit. You know, how much money he spent in Pennsylvania and stuff. And then it's just a weird, very weird, almost bipolar cousin you have. Like, you were living at Mar-a-Lago for months, and now it's, who wants to start the America Party? Give me...
Yeah, I don't trust Elon. I don't trust Trump. I sure shit didn't trust Biden or Kamala or any. I don't trust any of these politicians for the most part. Very few people that I trust. Very.
10 Indians.
And then you got a black eye, and now you hate everybody.
Yeah.
It's weird how that goes. And then we have a tweet from him from last year that is interesting and good context.
Yeah, don't forget during the great H-1B debate, Elon said, the reason I'm in America along with so many critical people who build SpaceX, Tesla, and hundreds of other companies that made America strong is because of H-1B. Take a big step back and fuck yourself in the face. I will go to war on this issue, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend. So, replacing Americans, H-1B.
Yeah.
And we've shown you the scams, what they're up to.
Yeah, Elon's all about America, but he wants to replace Americans.
How they cook the system, bring in their wife, and then the cousin, and then, they get a small business loan and hire other people. So, like, and I'll give him that there's two different types of H-1B. Space scientist H-1B, who should be able to come over on a genius visa instead of the H-1B, and then the scamming masses H-1B, all living outside of Dallas doing tech jobs, undercutting American workers, right?
Shitting in the ground, obsessed with cow shit.
Yeah, yes.
Two different types. There's a lot of people, and the IQ range is very wide. And this is something I thought was interesting. You know, Indian people are very into tech. And you know, with tech, like when you sign into your iTunes or Meta, there's always the terms and conditions. I looked into this and I said, hey, terms and conditions, let's translate that into Hindi and see what they call it. Can you read what terms and conditions mean?
They just had more goats disappear. Are you believing them? I don't know if I believe them. I really don't. I don't know that I believe them at all. I think they're lying to you, personally, but I hope they're not.
Is how it's said in Hindi.
Poopin', shartin', fartin'? That doesn't sound right to me.
They can't get away from it.
Did you get tricked by a meme or an AI or something?
They're obsessed with shit.
All right. I mean, I'll give you that, but...
Thank you. It's kind of a joke, but it might be true.
Yeah.
And obviously, like we said, leaning into the Indian stuff isn't the move. And the Indians, long-term in America, in a leftist America especially, don't have that same path to success that the other classes that have the victimhood status have. And I found this tweet from Med Gold online about how Indians aren't really considered victims in America, and I thought it was very insightful.
Yeah, he said Indian racism in America, it's still early days, very early. Indians don't have a victim narrative here. There isn't 60 years of propaganda in movies and education that prevents Americans from holding a single negative thought about them, unlike blacks and Jews. The Chinese keep their heads down in America because they understand this, but not Indians. They could have had their gas stations and 7-Elevens and had a decent life here, but they learned how to code and got too arrogant. They deeply hate whites and vote overwhelmingly liberal, and yet they smell bad. Their food, that you're running me into a buzzsaw here. Where was I? Their food looks like diarrhea. Their women are insufferable. Scolds. Their men creep women out. They bring nothing to the table but slavish productivity for tech CEOs looking to reduce
I
their
agree, Melanie.
cost. All right, I'm not going to keep reading the the blood libel slander.
Yeah, it is. The Veggies. It's a legit thing, dude. They'll go right to the source. They think it helps them with their microbiomes and it's good for their skin and stuff.
Which, there's some truth to all these kernels, but the not having the victim narrative is the key thing here.
That was the main point.
And so that's why they're facing backlash. And then we're also watching what they've done in Canada. We've covered it on the show, that kind of like arrogance and like demanding behavior and zero effort at assimilation. They're all kind of blaring red flags that need to be slowed down. And the America Party is not the party of slowing that down.
That is the point, and that is the takeaway.
Okay.
Nice job reading that stuff. I can't believe you said it.
I know. You buzzsawed me.
All right, let's get to our next story. We mentioned
Food looks like diarrhea. Okay, thank you, Fleckus.
What, Ratboy? Why would you say that?
All right.
All right, our next story is a big story, the story of the day. The Epstein files are not coming out. Surprise, surprise.
Breaking, DOJ and FBI have concluded that Jeffrey Epstein had no client list and committed suicide.
Yeah, it's miraculous how that all just happened. Suddenly, fuck this, dude. Listen, man, I'm just saying this country's going to shit. We've been betrayed by almost every one of our politicians. Trump, who claims to be America first, is Israel first. I mean, it's just out of control.
Per Axios. There was like a report too, yeah.
Yeah, so there's no client list, there's no videos, and he
Absolutely.
did in fact commit.
All of our politicians seem to be captured or controlled in some way. I mean, can't write this stuff.
He did it for the love of the game. He was just doing it for himself. He had the whole island, the whole setup, the plane. He just loved it that much.
No blackmail,
Yeah.
nothing like that. Everyone just had a good time at the island, I guess. And keep in mind,
It's like the opposite of Occam's razor, like the simplest explanation. He just loved it. Yeah. We don't have any files, nothing.
Yeah.
Believe it or not.
And remember, a few months ago, back in 2024, Pam Bondi says Epstein client list sitting on my desk right now and is reviewing JFK and MLK files.
So all of a sudden, there's no list now. And then
All
I
of a
saw
sudden.
Caroline Leavitt answered questions today at the White House about that. And she basically said, well, all the documents were on her desk. It wasn't the list. It's like a spin zone thing. So we're really disappointed by this.
There were papers on her desk.
Yeah.
She didn't open them or see what they were. Then I found this meme from The Simpsons I thought was funny. There is no...
The irony says that there is no client list and says that the only thing that was actually in the files was child pornography, disgusting stuff that'll never see the light of the day. Okay, well, who was doing the child pornography? Were they doing child pornography with adults? Are those adults then by attachment or being associated the clients that were doing the disgusting stuff to the children that should never see the light of fucking day? Do you see how they're protecting these people, man? This should tell you that pretty much almost everyone that's in a position of power right now would explain why they all have dual citizenship to Israel. But no man can serve two masters equally. He'll either be loyal to the one and betray the other, or love the one and hate the other. No man can serve two masters equally. Can't happen. And all this corruption that they have and even Donald Trump is kissing the mushroom stamp of Israel's penis. He's just right on. He's right down on it. Right down on it. Right down on it. Right down on it. If you really want it, get right down on it. If you really need it. Donald Trump's right down on Israel's mushroom stamp, dude. That's exactly what, dude. I'm so sick of all of this, man. I don't really understand how other people aren't seeing this for exactly what it is. For exactly what it is. It's corruption. We've been co-opted. Our country has been co-opted. And now they're picking at the carcass of what used to be this wonderful country with wonderful people, hardworking people.
No client list. There is no client list anymore. Yeah. That's what we're dealing with here. And then they did release a video to prove that Jeffrey Epstein's cell was left unattended and no one went in or out. They released like the time before he died. But what's weird, look at the time on the bottom left, 11:58 is where it starts. Oh, skips a minute. It's like, That was...
No one could do anything in a minute.
No, a minute. We think someone went in there and did it, and then when they opened the door, they left, and no big deal. So that was interesting. Probably nothing. And it makes you wonder, why did this happen? Why are they covering up for Epstein? Here's a clue. Here's Dan Bongino talking about what he cares about.
What cause
Israel.
is dear to your heart?
Cause is dear to my Israel.
There it is.
The defense of Israel.
What is number one?
Okay, so there's a little clue. And then we have Kash Patel here on Fox saying something similar.
We will shut off the machinery that feeds money into Iran. We will no longer have 100 hostages still in captivity, Israeli and American.
I mean, you can't write this stuff, guys. I mean, I called it. I've been calling it for years now, and I'm new to this whole frickin' Israel thing. When I said that within the next I said about a year ago, I said within the next 4 or 5 years, America is going to have like two-thirds of the American population will be cold, gone, done, extinct, no longer alive. So I'm telling you, Israel's got some plans for the world. It's a new world order, global dominance, a global hegemony. And I'm telling you, the West is the one thing that stands between Israel doing all its machinations and doing dirty deeds done dirt cheap and succeeding to control the entire globe, and not that the West is the one thing. And why do you think we're being invaded all throughout Europe? Why do you think this country is being invaded? Why do you think the cuck in the north, Justin Trudeau, has already surrendered his country? Pay attention, folks. It's right in front of you. But you're too busy. You're too busy looking at the next TikTok grapevine thing or whatever they call it. You're too busy looking at the next TikTok vine to really pay attention to what the hell's going on. You know what? But I'm gonna have me a root beer hard candy, an old-fashioned root beer hard candy, because that's how I roll. And it's gonna make me a little happier.
And otherwise by Hamas and Iran's Hezbollah mercenary forces. We need America to wake up and prioritize Israel and bring home Israelis and make sure we stand by our number one ally in Israel.
So I guess standing by your number one ally means you don't tell on them when they run a blackmail operation for decades that incorporates your politicians and celebrities and allies.
I guess so. And then, it's sad because it feels like these kind of guys, the Justice Department, FBI, are now just like totally gone, like credibility-wise, from the new appointees. And I mean, there is a world, like you're more schizo, but I actually trust you more on this issue. Jeffrey Epstein feels like a Mossad op. And, the Ghislaine Maxwell's dad was Israeli super spy. We've covered that before. But, I mean, is there a world where just everything got destroyed and taken care of and burn-bagged before people got to it? Are you lending any grace to these guys, or are you 100% schizo? They're kind of in on it. The
only schizo I'd be willing to give them would be, we turned over the blackmail to Trump, and now Trump's blackmailing them.
You went one iteration beyond, which that's kind of retarded, right? Because, I mean, the cover-up, this Epstein stuff was all a long time ago. And then it's like the fourth guy to the party, right? Like Trump, after this administration, his guys are supposed to release it, and it's like there's nothing left, right? If there was a cleanup, the cleanup would have already happened long before this.
Oh, yeah.
So that's what I'm saying, where
I like the idea of the good guys now blackmailing the bad guys.
Yeah. All right.
And then there's a funny...
You just came up with that, I could tell.
Yeah, it kind of is sick.
Okay.
Like, what's blackmail worth if you release it to everybody?
Yeah, you're right. It's like a sword. You're wielding it now for your own side.
And then you're gonna see like Robert De Niro coming out like, we gotta build the wall.
Trump's actually good.
Gotta build the wall. I think the wall's not a bad idea.
Extremely wishful thinking, but I like where your head's at.
Keep an eye for a full 180. Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah.
Ellen DeGeneres. Trump's doing some good things.
Yeah.
Reading off a script.
Yeah.
There was a funny meme that went with this too. You're never gonna guess who scammed us. Patel.
Yeah.
Oops.
Gosh.
And then in related news, JFK killed himself.
Who would have thought?
All right, we're going to wrap this up, but I do want to play this clip. This is an ABC News anchor on basically a hot mic. Listen to what she says, because she talks about the Epstein stuff from years ago, and listen to what she says about the data and the files and the information they had.
I've had the story for 3 years. I've had this interview with Virginia Roberts. We would not put it on the air. First of all, I was told, who's Jeffrey Epstein? No one knows who that is. This is a stupid story. Then the palace found out that we had her whole allegations about Prince Andrew and threatened us a million different ways.
It's almost what France is doing to Candace Owens. It's almost like when the president of the United States is sitting in on a phone call from a friend of Candace Owens who's calling on behalf of the White House to try to get Candace Owens to stop talking about this disgusting, degenerate frickin' family in France doing disgusting transgenic whatever crap that they're doing. At what point in time are people going to start realizing they're evil? These people are evil. 100% evil. Behold my dragon.
We were so afraid we wouldn't be able to interview Kate and Will that also quashed the story. And then Alan Dershowitz was also implicated in it because of the planes. She told me everything. She had pictures. She had everything. She was in hiding for 12 years. We convinced her to come out. We convinced her to talk to us. It was unbelievable what we had. Clinton. We had everything. I tried for 3 years to get it on, to no avail, and now it's all coming out, and it's like these new revelations.
So this sounds like they had stuff. Yeah. Sounds like there were documents and proof, but I guess it's not coming out ever. And then to rub it in our face, yesterday, Benjamin Netanyahu comes to the White House for a private meeting with Trump.
Timely.
Yeah, to really shove it in our face and show us who runs what.
Yep.
All right, last piece of the Epstein stuff, Rabbi Shmuley.
Yeah.
Shmuley.
He posted this photo with Caitlyn Jenner.
Bruce.
Yeah, this is real.
That's actually not even a doctored photo. Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. Just degenerate on top of degenerate. What the French is going on? I mean, I tell you guys about this stuff. You wonder why I get attacked when I go after the Jays, right? The small hats, the bagels. You wonder why there's a whole entire campaign. It seems like they must have called off the dogs because it was giving me too much credibility. The fact that some podunk channel is sharing the truth with people, and all of a sudden I'm getting attacked by all these people. They're like, oh, we got to stop. We got to stop with this. Otherwise, they're going to know that what he's saying is the truth. GS is speaking the truth. Uh-oh. I don't know, chat. I don't know, man. It's crazy.
Whoa.
That's what I wrote, and it's Israel.
Oh.
Pretty good.
Yeah, there you go.
But can you believe that?
He's a little guy.
Caitlyn Jenner at heels, first of all.
6'3".
6'6" at heels.
6'4".
And you post with little Rabbi Shmuley.
Oh,
everyone's just signaling who runs the show and who doesn't.
Yeah, but I mean, sum up the Epstein file, very disappointed. A lot of people got played and dragged on, and a lot of people kind of thought something was coming, and people kind of staked their reputation on it. Pam Bondi comes out of this looking like absolute shit.
She sucks.
Should we just replace her at this point?
She should quit. She should resign.
I know.
Pam Bondi, resign.
Resign. Austin is calling for your resignation
And
on his desk by Thursday.
Yeah. And if you do, it was because you listened.
Yeah.
So hopefully that happens. All right, we're done with our Epstein stuff. We have some new updates from the vaccines. Dr. Simone Gold has been crushing this. She's been posting about all the studies that have come out from the recent vaccine studies for COVID. And listen to what she says here.
She says, wow, a study involving 1.7 million children has found
Hey,
that
killer.
myocarditis and pericarditis only appeared in children who had received COVID mRNA vaccines. Not a single unvaccinated child in the group suffered from these heart-related problems. This is absolutely shocking.
Crazy.
Not a single one, huh? 1.7 million. That's a pretty big sample size in the biz, we call it.
Yeah, very big sample size, and it seems to be pretty correlated.
Yeah.
So that's crazy. And then there was another.
Yeah, I agree, dude. It sounded like he might need to call SCARS 501c3 for some mental help and advice. It's like, it's kind of too bad that he doesn't know any I don't know, maybe he doesn't know any reputable all right, we'll copy that one. And maybe he doesn't know any reputable mental health organizations that he can call to get some fucking help. And then the little prick's like, I can't take this anymore. Ugh, I can't take this. I can't take it. Well, you started it all, you fucktard, and now it's a bed you're lying in. Now your whole world is falling apart around you. And you know what, Tav? I don't think it could happen to a better fucking retard.
Another study done, we're kind of in our little medical section here. The study on over 20,000 women in Sweden showed that avoiding the sun doubled your risk of all-cause mortality and was bad.
Yeah, he let me know, and I caught it from the beginning. So we even have the 5 minutes where he had his mic, he had it on silent.
For health, as bad for health as smoking, avoiding the sun is the worst thing you can do for your health. I don't know how people got convinced the sun was bad for you.
Skin cancer. They kind of skin cancer scare.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Yes.
and wrinkles.
Yeah, I got it.
Mixed with.
You could definitely send it my way. I'll definitely take it, and I can re-edit it a little bit better. But I do have it on this channel. But I would like a clean version of it. Yeah, if you want to email that, I appreciate it, Kill.
An annoying preventable cancer.
And then you ever see a turtle?
Oh yeah, they're out there all day. They're on the wood.
They go like this, and they live to be 200.
They're on the log. They're begging for the sun. Yeah.
All they do is go.
I mean, listen, I've been out of control of my anger at times, and I probably, if it was being filmed and I wasn't aware of the fact that I looked kind of crazy. But I'm aware of the fact that sometimes I allow my anger to get the best of me, and that's not a good look. It's not a good thing. So I'm not sitting here acting like I've got myself fully comported in life, and I've not made any mistakes or acted a fool in public at times because I took offense to something somebody said or did. But you know, I mean, it goes back to the words of Mike Tyson. You know, he talks about how bad his temper used to be, right? It's because he thought he was somebody. When you think you are somebody, it's easy for you to be offended, according to what Mike Tyson said. But because he realized that at the end of the day, he's nobody, then how could he get offended? If I'm nobody, then how could I be offended? I'm a nobody. And I love that mentality that Mike Tyson said that. And I wish I could keep drawing from that, right? Keep drawing from that wisdom that Mike Tyson understood in that situation. Because I think that would help each and every one of us when we start feeling like we're somebody super important. That's when the ego starts getting activated, right? Once that ego gets activated, my good, we see it with cops, we see it with politicians. Hell, we even see it with some of these auditors who think that they're high and mighty. You know what I mean?
In the sun, and you know, the sun has been around, like powering this planet as like the energy source for millions and billions of years.
Okay.
Billions and millions and billions of.
For people, it's bad.
I guess.
Yeah, you ever see everything else work? You ever see a tree? You ever see a turtle? Something to consider.
For sure.
Next, speaking of doctors and medical stuff, can you read this new headline?
Yeah, this was I guess, little study that had AI versus doctors for diagnosis of over 300 complex cases. And it says that AI had 4 times higher accuracy with 20% lower cost.
Good.
Fascinating.
I think the doctors at this point, most of them, besides Simone Gold and her friends, are all bought and paid for.
By Big Pharma?
Yeah, by Big Pharma.
Yep.
And they all just are bought into whatever the Big Pharma narrative is.
Current thing.
They want to vaccine you and make it hard to have kids, and they want to blow up your kids' hearts.
Okay. Yeah.
But
reasonable.
I was thinking
AI could also do that too at the end of the day.
I was just going to say that.
They could
But
program it.
if AI wants to get rid of humans, they can tell us to get all the vaccines and do all these things, and then ruin our life, blow up our hearts, and then make us rely on AI even more. Like, oh, what's wrong with me now?
What's wrong with me now? I'm even worse than before. AI, I'll keep doing what you tell me, though.
I have shingles now. Another vaccine might be good.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I see happening.
Okay.
All right, next we have the money is gone section.
This is part of the bad.
This is part of the bad. Tammy Bruce did a press conference where she's talking about USAID. Listen to what she says when it comes to how much of the money didn't make it to the final source.
We are not ending foreign aid. We are making.
Now, I want you to remember this part because tonight I'm going to review the conversation I had with the guy named Sage, Outcast. We had a good conversation the first time. Second time, it wasn't as good of a conversation, chat. It was not as good of a conversation, unfortunately. It wasn't a horrible one, but it definitely illustrated that there are some disconnects. There are definitely some disconnects. Let's do this.
Making it more nimble. We are operating at the speed of relevancy to making sure that the millions and billions of dollars that
Billions and millions and billions and
where it is meant to go. There is nothing to be proud of when 90%, according to Samantha Powers, is not even making it to the people to whom it was promised.
90%.
I kept telling you guys, it was all slush funds. All these NGOs. Where do you think all these NGOs are getting money to fund the invasion of the West? From USAID. And that's something that Sage is a big proponent of. I'm like, dude, there's so much corruption in that program. It's ridiculous. You cannot possibly be pro that.
Percent.
Yeah, we knew the numbers were bad, but 90%, and then like 90% on 50 billion.
That's all of it.
Yeah. Like 2 billion made it to someone.
That's like jail.
Yeah.
That, I don't say death penalty, but like
it's close.
It's as bad as you can do. 90%.
Yeah, and there's kind of two ends to it too. Like, and we don't want to go back too much to the USAID, but there's two ends, which is the first leg in Washington, where all the charities compete for who's going to give it and who's going to do it, and they're all getting salaries and giving a contract to their cousin or whatever. And then it makes it to Somalia or whatever war-torn country you're trying to give aid to, and then the warlords take their cut. The people in power there skim off the top. So
of
it's
the
10%, two ends.
Yeah. Of the 10% that makes it, like 95, 99% goes to the warlords.
And at the very end of it, a little girl gets a pair of shoes.
Yeah. There's a couple packs of Dasani waters that get put onto someone's shelf.
Exactly.
Crazy. And as you guys know, speaking of the money is gone, money is not worth anything.
It's gone, baby, gone. It's gone away. It's gone, baby, gone. The love has gone away.
Any more?
Money printing, inflation has really stolen from us.
Compare it to what your parents spent versus their parents. The money has been a straight line down.
And then not only inflation exists forever, right? But not only that, but we're having different ratios, like where the median home price is now like, I'm using an example here, but it's now 6x the median income. And then it used to be 3.5x the median income. So on some of the important things, like obviously federally guaranteed student loans and stuff like that inflated the price of college. But it seems like we're getting smoked everywhere. And I don't even believe that the inflation numbers that they've told us or reported are true.
I think it's worse.
And this is an example of that.
And there's maybe no gold. Can you read that headline from New York Post?
Yeah, Chipotle customer uncovers receipt from 2015. Here's how much prices have changed in a decade. And this guy found it underneath his washing machine. So it was preserved perfectly just to put a knife in your side for inflation. And it says chicken bowl, 2 at $6.50. They were $6.50. Now they're like $10, I think. And guacamole was $1.95. This was 3 total burritos.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I hear Trump talk about how food, grocery costs are way down. No, they're not, bro. I don't know what. The gas prices might be kind of sorted down in some places. And yeah, I understand that lower energy usually lowers the cost and everything else. But, you know, Trump during his little press conference today talking about how grocery, dude, you're so detached from reality, bro. I mean, it might be down from the astronomical inflation that it was previously, but it's not like down noticeably. Like we're doing better now than we were 8 years ago. No, stop the cap.
Like 3 adult meals for $23.49.
What the fuck happened?
Yeah.
And when I watch my
3 adult meals for less than $25 at a fast food restaurant, now that would cost you about $80. That's the crazy part. About $80.
YouTube videos of classic Mercedes for sale and stuff like that. I saw the other day, they said like, oh, This was a Mercedes Classic that sold for $75,000 in 1991, which is $150,000 in today money. What the fuck are you talking about?
Double it?
In like 25 years, they doubled the money? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I don't get it. What the fuck happened?
And I mean, maybe that's why Elon's starting the America Party. He doesn't want to continue the deficit spending, you know? And that's why it's the good with the bad. It's a complicated world out there, folks.
It is very complicated. And there was a magazine ad from 1996 I saw.
They say in 30 years, a burger and fries could cost $16. A vacation, $12,500. And a basic car, $65,000. No problem. You'll eat in. You won't drive, and you won't go anywhere.
It's worse.
Burger and fries is over that. Yeah. A vacation can be. In basic car, there still is a way to go,
It's like
right?
a Big Mac meal from McDonald's is like $14.
I know.
So it's worse.
Yeah.
And then when it comes to the deficit...
Spooky magazine story, and it's like I'm fucking living in the spooky magazine story?
I wish.
From 1996?
$16 for a burger and fries. Where? I love that. And then to sum it up, I found this guy who was talking about deficit spending and how it's not the top priority compared to the illegals. It's a little bit of reading, but it's worth it. Can you give that a go?
Yeah, and we kind of covered this in bonus land when we talked about the big, beautiful bill. It's like a triage. What are we going to do first, right? Deficit spending or the 50 million illegals who are here and our sovereignty's at stake?
Yeah, I don't know.
So this kind of covers that. It's from 9mm SMG. He says, I don't care about spending and the deficit because I don't believe...
I heard it said something to do with like third party isn't covered or something like that.
The United States economy
Third
to be
party
saved
seller.
as designed.
It's not
I'd
covered.
just like for us to be in the best possible position when it fails. Having millions of illegals, a large portion being funded by the state and federal government in this country during an economic collapse is the worst possible scenario. We will already have to contend with chaos when EBT disappears eventually. At some point, the economy will collapse as it wasn't designed to survive what we've done. The chickens will come home to roost, and I don't think Americans understand what that means when people's checks stop coming.
Yep.
Smoke them while you got them, tighten the border, and hire more ICE agents. We've been economically doomed since the creation of the Federal Reserve.
Yep.
Even the most budget-oriented leaders can't
And who's behind that? Big Ols.
stop what was set in stone 112 years ago. It won't be tomorrow, it likely won't be next year, but inevitably we're going to see an economic disaster that many of us won't be prepared for.
And that's true. This is like a sinking ship. Everyone knows it. And then, do we need to add third worlders to it?
Yeah, like there's real things to be done while we're doing a fake economy with money printing and stuff. Like, a real water treatment plant. That's valuable. Really getting 50 million illegals out. That seems pretty valuable for a cohesive nation, right?
Huge.
And if we're all fucking if our entire economy is based on moving numbers around and money printing and interest rate manipulation, then
Damn it.
we might as well get some good stuff done, tangible good stuff in the meantime.
I didn't even wasn't paying attention to my
That's
life.
the main crux of the MAGA argument versus the America Party
Damn
Elon
it.
argument, right?
Or the libertarian argument. The libertarians are saying, we'll never add to the deficit. It's not libertarian. We're already $40 trillion in debt.
Yeah, technically you're right.
Perfect world, yeah, but you didn't do that.
Yeah.
So now what? And that's why I saw this tweet. I thought it was interesting and worth putting on the show. Someone once said that libertarians are like house cats, completely oblivious to the system. Can you read it?
Yeah, someone once said that libertarians are like house cats, completely oblivious to the system that keeps them alive while also having contempt for it.
Yeah.
That was a kill shot for me. I stopped considering myself a libertarian a few years ago.
And that...
Yep. That's Craig Hendry. Pretty much all these anarchists. Here's the deal. These types, they don't realize that force doctrine is the beginning and the end of all freedom. Being able to gain and maintain superior force to anyone that would be your enemy is the only way you'll secure your freedom. Other than there's freedom in truth, which would be Jesus Christ. He who the Lord sets free is free indeed. Now it's a different kind of freedom. It's not a worldly freedom.
That's what it is. Everyone, when you start getting political and figuring out what's going on, you think you're libertarian because you're like, I want to be left alone. I just want to have guns and do whatever, and people can do whatever they want. And that works if you lived in a Mormon compound in Utah, and there's 10 families all living together. Okay. But when you aren't being left alone because they pump Somalis into your cities.
Yeah, I'm a libertarian. There's 1 million Somalis in Minneapolis now. Great. Yeah. That's the market is spoken.
There's no Somalis in my town.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, to round out this economic section that we're talking about, Gen Z has some interesting behaviors when it comes to taking vacations. Can you read the highlighted part?
Yeah.
Or you can read the
Credit
whole
card.
paragraph.
While retirement typically occurs after completing a career and saving and investing for it, a new trend is emerging among Gen Z career professionals called micro-retirement. Micro-retirements involve taking a 1 to 2 week break from work every 12 to 18 months.
Just a little hit of retirement.
So Gen Z likes I'm so pissed. This is probably a millennial writer writing this. Not everything needs a fucking name.
Yeah.
New branding, micro-retirement, they go on vacation for a while.
Yeah. That's a
What are
good
you
point.
talking about?
They like to take a trip and
We're
not
about
work.
to take 2 weeks off. Is that a micro-retirement or is it July vacation?
Yeah.
You don't need a new branding for everything.
Micro-retirement. You took 2 weeks off from Chipotle job.
Yeah, come on.
And then they're also microdosing their retirement, but instead of having a 401k, they have $401 in their account.
That's about right. That sounds about right. And they're financing the micro vacation on buy now, pay later, probably.
Yeah, so true. All right, like Richard said, we do have a micro retirement coming up. This Friday, we're going to have a show in a bonus land like usual. Today, we have a show in a bonus land like usual. Next week and the week after, we are going to be off. So if you're going to miss the show, FleckUsTalks.com is the website to go to. We're going to have 3 bonus lands dropping for bonus landers, all over 30 minutes. I think one's like 45 minutes and a couple we haven't shot yet. But it's going to be great. 3 bonus lands dropping Tuesday, Friday, Tuesday, next week and the week after.
Yeah.
And they're good stuff. There's like a special. It's going to be funny, funny stuff. You guys are going to like it. Go sign up. And if you're mad the show's not going to be here, don't be too mad. There's 300 episodes to watch, and we'll be back in a couple weeks.
Yep, no big deal.
We're humans. We're allowed to
got a
go on
normal life.
vacation.
Mm-hmm.
We're allowed to go shark fishing with the drone that carries the bait out.
Yeah, we are. And you know what? I get it. I listen to some podcasts. I'm like, fucking break? You're on fucking break? So I get it. But, you know, that's life in the big city.
That's what the big city is right. All right, we're in our migrant section now. First, we're going to start with this tweet that I thought was interesting. Can you give that a read?
Andrew Torba says, bullish on Amazon, UPS, and FedEx as more and more people choose to order everything online rather than venturing out among the third world hordes to go shopping.
That's true.
Yeah, have you noticed your malls recently? A lot of loitering, a lot of hanging around of migrant types.
Yeah, so everyone's going to be ordering online and staying inside. Then in a lot of cities, the crime's going to still be bad. The criminals don't get locked up, so it's going to be dangerous. So you really don't want to go out, and there's a lot of different factors keeping everyone in.
Okay.
I saw this on CNN. I thought it was pretty interesting. Basically, a lot of people in America want all illegals deported.
Documented immigrants. So we have slightly different questions, but these were all taken within the last month. And there's real uniformity here. That's what I really think you see. You see real uniformity. Deported all immigrants who are here illegally, 55% of the New York Times. Marquette, 64%. CBS News, 57%. ABC News with a slightly different question, 56%. So what you're seeing essentially here is a very clear indication that a majority of Americans, in fact, when they're asked this blunt question, which I believe gets at the underlying feelings, do in fact want to deport all immigrants who are here illegally. There's no...
And they say, yeah.
Yeah.
A majority. It's not even close, and it was actually consistent. Usually they try to fudge the numbers. You couldn't get away from that. 50-something to 60-something% of people want all illegals gone.
Yeah, so it's a very popular issue, and, you know, you wonder why Trump got elected, and that was it, right?
Yep. And then I saw this tweet, which kind of adds to it. Someone says, wait, holy shit, this is 8:30 p.m. on a Saturday. There's no traffic in L.A.
It's a screenshot of all the highways in L.A., and if you've ever lived there or understand these highways, you know this is incredibly rare, and this is after all the raids, and this is the 4th of July. I think this was the 5th of July, day after. So a weekend day, 8:30 p.m.
The roads are open, and someone said this is what happens when you start deporting high-risk drivers.
Yeah.
So that makes sense to me, and I was thinking, whatever your problems are, traffic, you can't buy a house,
yeah,
your washing machine has a weird smell.
Oh, yeah.
Migrants.
It was
You just
all
blame the migrants.
I know. Feels good. It's good to have a nice scapegoat.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to face any of my own issues or shortcomings.
I'm not in keto anymore.
Migrants.
Migrants.
Yeah. I made a couple financial mistakes recently. Migrants.
Yeah. Ordered a pizza. Migrants.
Yeah. it's
Migrant
crazy.
brought it here.
I know.
What the fuck is this guy doing?
He shouldn't even be here. He shouldn't even. It should have been cost prohibitive to get that delivered.
All right. Next, we have some good news.
But hold on. Before we go on, like, there are things, like, we've talked about housing, traffic, standard of living, all that stuff. there are things you aren't even going to realize got better. Like, you're not even expecting them to get better, but you're like, wait, holy shit. Like, the park is empty. Everything's going to reach back to equilibrium once we actually do
There's that word, nature's equilibrium.
mass deportations to the level that they were, which the big, beautiful bill has enabled. You know, we're getting, ICE's budget is going up a lot.
A lot.
So we're going to see some of the footage. I think buses might be a line item on the.
Well, we can get to that right now. The ICE budget. Can you give that a read?
Yeah, ICE now has more money than 189 countries' military budget after the big, beautiful bill passed.
And there's a little graph that shows it.
Top global defense budgets.
Round them all up. Get them the fuck out.
Right after China, it's somehow more than Russia.
I like that.
I like that a lot.
Because if you think about it, how many X's is that from the old budget to this budget?
I think 20 or something.
So
it was an annoyingly small number that ICE was operating on.
And then if we were getting $1 million out on that budget, you times it by 20 million. Now that's a real number.
I'm hopeful, and we got to do it. I actually also said this to Fleckus. I think now is a good time for Trump to meet with all the governors of red states, right? Because if red states can kind of crack down, and I believe we've seen it in Tennessee or different areas, but if red states can crack down on illegals and make it hard for them and start like going after employers or landlords, anything, people who kind of give them safe harbor, then the illegals are forced to California or New York or wherever, where they kind of mostly already are. But, and then you just send ICE there.
You corral them easier.
You corral them, right? And so Texas creates some laws. Texas is actually kind of the one state that would be difficult. ICE should go there either way. But, you know, you kind of start choking off where they are safe to go and then targeting those. And mass deportations, we got to be very scientific about it. So, Stephen Miller.
That's smart. Stephen Miller, please.
Please.
And then also it was announced last week that they're doing a new census before the next election.
They're trying to.
Or they're hoping to do, yeah.
They're going to face some political hurdles, but they want to do a new census because of all the congressional seats that are going to areas because illegals are counted towards a random LA district's congressman.
That would be huge.
So reapportionment or whatever they call it when the seats go to different states.
Yeah, redeployment.
All right.
So that's going to be big. Imagine you get the seats redone and it's accurate and we're not accounting for all the illegals and then all the illegals are getting deported with all this money for ICE. Mm-hmm. It's a good timeline.
Iowa gets an extra congressman. California loses 5. It's what it should. They're cooking their books right now.
Yeah.
It's like where you're weighing something by weight and then someone put a rock in it. Right?
Yeah.
You're selling somebody rubber, and it's like, yeah, hey, put it on the scale.
Heavy.
There's a big block of illegals right in the middle there. It's heavy. And your price per pound just went up, right?
That's a good point. So that's uplifting and good, but there's also not such good stuff. Trump gave a speech at a rally in Iowa the other day, and listen to what he said about the farm workers.
Tom Homan. And we're working on legislation right now. Susie, right? We're working on legislation right now where farmers, look, they know better. They work with them for years. You had cases where, not here, but just even over the years, where people have worked for a farm on a farm for 14, 15 years, and they get thrown out pretty viciously, and we can't do it. We got to work with the farmers and people that have hotels and leisure properties, too.
Not my favorite.
So, and this has been recently reported, I think, by Charlie Kirk over the course of the last couple of days that a lot of people in Trump's ear are kind of fighting for this. And then they're the people who are part of the farmers lobby or part of the hotel lobby.
Mm-hmm.
And we really need to push back on this because this is not what we signed up for. This is not what the polls say. And this is fourth quarter stuff. This is stuff you do after you get 15 million out. You go, okay, maybe some can come back on a program.
And then you tell the farmers, hey, we're going to be deporting over the next few years. Mm-hmm. Work on a plan to start, weaning off.
And that's part of the main issue that I have with this whole thing is like, hey, farmers and hotel staff, they got really addicted to cheap labor. And yeah, they drove the prices down, which led them to get addicted. And then now they need it. Mm-hmm. It's like methadone. It's heroin or something. And it's like, yeah, I'm still pretty addicted. My industry might collapse. I got addicted.
You're going to get rid of all of them?
Yeah,
I mean,
come
you're
on.
going to leave a few.
And so that's why we say it's the good and the bad. It's like ICE getting the huge budget, and then you're making carve-outs for people and industries, sanctuary industries. I don't like that. So
that's a good point. Neither do I.
I try to tell everyone, pretty sure Donald Trump's a Trojan horse.
And then let's move on.
And we need to push back. You know, right-wing people need to push back because this is something you do at the end, maybe.
Yeah.
I wouldn't make it a priority.
I'm gonna coin a new meme: Trojan horse Trump. You know, it should be a Trojan horse with Donald Trump's head with his hair flying in the breeze, and in the belly coming out is fucking Bibi Netanyahu coming out of the belly.
Priority.
I would not make it a priority either. All right, well, that's the end of our at-home migrant section. I do want to go abroad really quick.
Okay.
This next story is about swimming pools in what country?
Switzerland.
So listen to what they say in Switzerland about the problem they're facing with their swimming pools.
It says the Swiss city of
Darkies.
Porrentruy, near the border with France, has banned French citizens from visiting the city's swimming pools. The decision was made after complaints about rude behavior and harassment from the young French citizens.
So here's a video of the French citizens.
Yep.
These fucking French people.
These fucking frogs. They're all black.
They're all migrants, and they call them French.
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, and it's fully backwards, and it's meant to not make sense. And we have another example here, speaking of pools. In Germany, now they have posters warning against white women with red hair grabbing the buttocks of boys with dark skin and prosthetic legs.
So backwards, upside down, and then flipped reverse, too. They added something in for flair, the exploded leg.
Just to remind you who the real victim is. So there's a groping problem in the pools, and they're pretending it's the old white ladies grabbing the little brown kids.
Yep, makes sense.
Doesn't really ring true to me. All right, well, that is the end of our migrant section. We're now moving on to the final page of housekeeping, where I can say whatever I want. Story from the final page of housekeeping. Joey Chestnut.
Yeah.
Ate all the hot dogs again, won again.
Yeah.
76 hot dogs.
In 8 minutes. Is that what it says?
Yeah, that's a lot. That's too many.
That's too many.
And then I was looking at this post about him. We actually have his stats for his other eating feats of strength. Can you kind of go over those?
126 tortilla tacos in 8 minutes, 141 hard-boiled eggs in 8 minutes, 390 shrimp wontons in 8 minutes, 182 chicken wings in 30 minutes, 118 jalapeno poppers, 10 minutes, 81 Eggo waffles in 8 minutes, 15.75 pounds of bologna slices, 8 minutes, 121 Twinkies in 6 minutes.
Out of all those events, which would you pick for the eating as many as you can in 8 minutes?
Twinkies, maybe? I want something sweet.
Because it kind of like...
I want something sweet. Or Eggo waffles. All this other shit sounds so heavy. Hard-boiled eggs? That's a fucking nightmare.
15 pounds of bologna?
Yeah, no thank you. I'll take a cake or something.
I got plenty of pounds of bologna already.
Yeah.
I might do the shrimp wontons, but I have a bad feeling whatever you pick, it's going to ruin it.
Yeah, I think that's a problem.
You never eat shrimp wontons again. So you almost want to pick the thing you don't care about, like the chicken tacos.
Yeah.
I would pick chicken tacos.
Okay. Yeah,
so
something you want to run into the ground.
And go, all right, no chicken tacos for 8 months.
Okay.
I don't want to give up shrimp wontons like that.
Yeah.
Even though I don't eat them anymore.
I get it.
Next, this boomer parent tricked by AI.
Oh my gosh.
Dogs off diving board flips.
How do you teach a dog to do that?
Yeah, so now you want to know why I have a problem with boomers? They'll believe anything, like we went to the fucking moon.
They're amazing.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's funny stuff.
That's dark, though, at the same time.
It is dark. Because then you get scammed. Like, hey, I need to raise money for my jumping dogs Olympics. You only need $1,000 to go, and you go, oh, gotta.
That might be, you know how like CAPTCHA, like on a banking site, it's like move this puzzle piece into where the puzzle piece is, so they know you're human.
Yeah.
The same thing goes for like power of attorney when you're over 70. It's like, is this video real? Does this ring real to you?
It looks pretty real.
We're gonna give your financial control over to your daughter now. You thought the diving dogs were real.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, miss.
That's a good point. You're too susceptible to an Indian scammer.
Okay.
Go lay down,
Next,
Shadow.
I found this. I don't think this is AI. Maybe I got tricked.
Okay.
But celebrities that are dead that are also new celebrities and they're the same person. So Jamie Presley and Margot Robbie, they look the same. Heath Ledger, Joseph Gordon-Levitt, looks the same. Lady Gaga, Amy Winehouse, same.
Whoa.
Helen Mirren and Jennifer Lawrence.
Some of these people are alive, though.
Skylar Astin and Dane Cook, same.
Uh-oh.
Misha Barton, Elijah. What?
Whoa, boy and girl.
Ravila.
I like the top text of this says same eyes equals same entity. All right.
Interesting.
Yeah, you get it.
Compelling.
Not quite. People look alike, and then attractive people have similar face shapes, and then those get cast in movies because they're attractive.
Is Joe Torre still alive?
The manager of the Yankees back in the day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
This
didn't
episode's dedicated to him.
Joe Torre, you had a good run.
This is for you. Well, I don't know if he even wants that. But yeah, good to know he's still alive and kicking.
Okay.
All right, next, truth about Donald Trump and Elon Musk. This is compelling as well.
Donald Trump is a soul seeded through Orion-Sirian hybrid lines, carrying karmic density from pre-Atlantean power structures. His role is that of a disruptive catalyst, meant to collapse false systems by embodying their shadow. He activates mass awakening through polarity, not purity. Elon Musk is a Pleiadian Lyran-Antarian blend with strong bleed-throughs from future Earth timelines, where AI and humanity merge. He walks the
Are you
line
leaving me, Yoda?
between organic innovation and synthetic transformation.
Did I say one too many negative things against boomers and now you're out? Is that what that means? Ooh, or you're like pieces, like deuces? All right, man. Have a good one.
Humanism. His mission is to accelerate Earth's timeline, forcing humanity to choose conscious tech or soul disconnection. Planetary bifurcation.
All right.
Polarity, not purity. Trump is jacked.
Okay.
What are you doing?
And there's an Asian
You
guy
being a good boy?
randomly in there overseeing the clips.
And then Elon's from a future timeline.
All right. Thank you.
It's not nothing.
Yeah. It's not zero. Someone did put it together, and they made a AI voice say the words. And
I've never seen Trump without a shirt on.
yeah, me neither.
He's like that. Next, in China, they have some sort of play with Trump and Zelensky. I'll just go to that. Not know one thing. Just like sit and enjoy and bob your head without any idea what's going on.
Okay.
You don't like that, Stu?
Yeah.
You're too Stu to enjoy. You're too stupid.
It's not your best.
You're too stupid to enjoy. You're too Stu. You're Stu the dumb
I
dumb
like
guy.
that. I like it, but there's not much commentary to be had. Oh yeah, the socioeconomic version of China, they really like these types of things. You're just showing clips at this point. That's final page.
You're Stu the dumb dumb guy.
Okay.
SS the DDG.
All right.
I
see we're not getting anywhere.
Next, bioterror. Guys, numerology is real. I'm sure some of you know that. It gets scary when you listen to what this guy says.
If you've been paying attention, on July 4, 2025, which is 9/11, according to the blueprint on biodefense, which is 161, flip it over, 9/11, there is supposed
Fucking gematria, guys. Prove it. Gematria.
to be a terror attack. Now, what concerns me about this is, according to the lockstep plan, the first virus was fake, and the second one is real. Well,
that's kind of actually interesting because I don't know what he's talking about, but I believe that the first virus was a bunch of bullshit, and the next one is going to be the one that kills people. I actually would say that the first virus, what they gave to you, was a pathogen that is waiting for an antigen to enact with it, and that's what's going to do most of the damage. I mean, that's what I would do if I was a super villain. You know, I would make you afraid of if something was going to harm you. Then you take the one thing that you have to take in order for this next thing to come out to actually harm you. Yeah, I mean, that's some evil genius stuff, right? I mean, it's a little schizoid, but is what it is. All right, here we go.
lockstep equals 79, and 79 equals 44, which you know what that means, 44. And also lockstep equals 29, 29 equals 86. More concerning is, according to the Deagle report from 1999, the U.S. population in 2025 is supposed to drop 68%.
Okay.
68, right? Which is 14, which is 5.
My favorite is when he takes one number and then he just makes it something else. He goes 26, which is 89. 89, which is 26. There's always a way to get to the number you want at the end down the line. And
Yep.
then nothing happened on July 4th.
That we know of. There could be a new COVID variant.
He was calling a terrorist attack, and then nothing happened.
It could be the spread of the new COVID variant that actually is going to kill people this time. And then everyone says, oh, I'm not wearing a mask. And then you should, because then you're going to die.
Holy shit. Numerology. That's a stupid dum-dum.
Well, you said it right there.
Yep.
All right, next. I didn't want you guys to forget this. Remember during the debates, Chris Christie? That's why they call him Donald Duck. I didn't want you guys to forget that.
People really thought they were going to come up with a nickname that, like, ended him.
Yeah. So I just wanted to put that back out there. We can't forget that.
Yep.
And then the last thing, Chase Passive Income. This guy's pretty funny on Twitter, and he had a funny tweet. Can you read it?
He said, I do 50 to 60 job interviews in here every day. I never hire anyone, but about half the applicants buy a drink from the vending machine after I subtly encourage them to. I make $300 a day in passive income with this method.
That's pretty good.
I don't think it's passive at that point, obviously, but it's a meme.
And then he also did one where he said, I advertise that I'm leasing an apartment, and I charge $40 application fee. There is no apartment.
All right.
All right, pretty good. All right, that is the end of housekeeping. We're now moving on to Cringe of the Week. All right, our first two clips of cringe are kind
Spam
of
risk.
religious adjacent, very adjacent.
Yeah, not even close.
Religious opposites, maybe. First is a pastor, and this is what he says.
Uh-oh, here we go.
My name is Candy Von Sparkle, a.k.a. Christopher. My pronouns are he, she, and they. Please join me responsibly in a call to worship.
Fill it with
Source
fire,
of
Lord.
life, in the beginning, you made us and called us beloved. When we forget how to love,
What the F is that?
remind us to do it. When the powers of the world try to oppress us, your name is Allah. When our siblings in faith can
Yeah.
You get the point.
God didn't make you like that, brother.
Well, Source of Light may have. This is what Source of Light, that's who they're praying to.
And you know who the Prince of the Light is? Yeah. The devil.
Yeah.
And I was thinking there's probably a special place in hell for people like this. Like, it's one thing to not be religious or to not think about it, but you think you're a good person or you're spiritual. Not great.
Yeah.
But there's another thing for, like, going into a church and turning
Bastardizing it.
and turning it into that. I think there's a worse level of hell for you when you do something like that.
Dante's Inferno scenario where you're at the deepest depths. Yeah, I believe something like that.
I believe something like that too. And then in the same vein, religious adjacent opposites, people that
He, she, they. You're everything?
Sounds dumb.
Sounds like it's nothing then. Okay. Thank you. So you don't have to announce it actually.
Yeah.
Anything works.
Bad. Can't misgender them at least.
Yeah.
And then another thing at the Pride Parade, they had a debaptizing booth. Here's that.
Dry the water from your head you never consented to. It'll let guilt evaporate and shame fall away. You are one. You are whole. And you belong. Congratulations.
Not supposed to do that.
Yeah, that's a little backwards. And that's a total atheist Reddit type guy. He has a blow dryer that says reason on it. Reason.
Yeah. The demon grabs more power when you do stuff like that. And you notice how they need a ceremony?
Uh-huh.
They know they're up against something very powerful.
Yeah.
If God didn't matter or if they didn't think God existed, why would you do that?
Yeah, they're yearning for something and they don't know how to go about it. And unfortunately, the debaptism does not make you lose 150 pounds right on the spot. You still have trouble getting up and you're wearing the fan around your neck.
Yeah, the debaptism is not
Enjoy Pride, though.
It's not going to help you stop sweating from walking in July.
Yeah.
All right, next we have a pretty disgusting clip, and I want to do a little bit of a viewer discretion here. If you have small children, maybe skip ahead a couple minutes.
Yeah, earmuff scenario, at least.
This is some of the more vulgar things we've ever shown, but this guy says this was his most disgusting grinder experience to date.
The most disgusting grinder experience I've ever had. There's this guy I was gonna top, and I kind of like, he looks like he had not taken a shower in like 3 days. So I was like, did you clean out? I was just trying to be respectful because I didn't want like a mess in my fucking bed. And he spits on his finger, sticks it in his ass, and takes it out. He looks at it for like a brief second and then sticks it in his mouth. And then he like pauses for a minute. He's like, I should probably go do that.
This twink is a top.
Doubt.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
That's the most insane thing I've heard from that sentence.
Unbelievable part of that
This
video.
twink is the top.
Yeah.
So you'd think if someone was disgusting in your house like that and you're there to hook up, you probably would have kicked him out, right?
No, he never mentions anything like that. He goes, yeah, go clean out. We'll still do it after the shit comes out.
Yeah.
And you tasted shit, which I watched you do.
So you let the guy who tasted shit take a shower and then you hook up. So to add to the list, what these twinks are up to, they're on poppers and they're eating shit.
Yeah, there's some incidental shit in the mouth all the time, and so they're technically eating it.
Yeah.
So that was one of the more disgusting clips, but we had to show you because we're getting new information out there.
And sometimes people don't believe us when we say that kind of stuff, and that guy said it the quiet part out loud.
It's from the twink's mouth. Straight from the twink's mouth.
And then moving on, our next clip, I believe happened during Pride. I think it was last week. There was a dog attack, and look what the gay guy takes the opportunity to do.
So the dog's latched on.
You guys need to let him do his fucking work. Finger up his ass. Up his ass. Up his ass. Up his ass. Yes, I'm not sticking my fucking finger.
Oh!
Let go. Up his ass, man.
You see what that twink's doing?
I think it's a woman, but the whole hand is up the dog's ass.
And they think because it's Pride and everyone's distracted with all this commotion, now's my chance to come over and finger F the dog.
Yeah, that's
These people are sick.
I know. I have no idea.
Oh,
why.
everyone's kind of distracted by this. Now's my chance.
Now's my chance. Full fist.
What the fuck are you? What do you get off? Do you get off from that?
I guess.
They like it.
Yeah.
They think it's hot.
Something's bad.
This is what these guys are up to. I don't like showing it, but you kind of have to. Oh, should I have a gay guy dog sit my dog? No.
This is a pretty disgusting cringe, to be honest.
Next is a little more manageable. This is in Soho. There's a guy who wraps himself in a carpet because he likes to get stepped on.
Pretty sure there's a guy in this sort of thing. Good use of hands-free. I got my coffee, but see, there's a guy in there that likes to be stepped on. So I'm glad I captured that for everyone. Let's get a few more folks walking on him.
I'm pretty sure the gay guy that's capturing it is the lover of the guy that likes to get stepped on. That'd be my guess.
I don't know what he's doing under there. And then I'm going to go step on him for you all, so you could see it firsthand, I guess, right? Well, if he wants to be stepped on.
So he funnels people in and he steps on him, and that's how he gets off.
He likes getting stepped on.
He forces other people to get involved in the sick shit he's up to.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
And our last
Hey,
clip
Penny.
of our gay part of cringe, the gays created some sort of commune in Europe.
Here's how a polyamorous group of gay men bought this 14-bedroom house in Italy for only 100,000 euros, and how you can do it too. It was so cheap because they bought it through an auction website, which lists properties that were repossessed by the bank for way below market rates. You have to use cash for these purchases, and it can take up to a year to get the deed. Some of the guys were living here without electricity for months. It's a communal house, so there's 6 people here at the moment, but in the summer it grows to 20. Each day a different person cooks for the group. The age range is from 30 to 60, and the local community is surprisingly queer.
They say from 30 to 16.
There's lesbians in the local church. If you want the link.
You guys are into real estate. Kind of.
Not really.
We found 100 grand, now we have this fuck house.
Between 20 guys, we got together 100,000 euros. Now we got a fuck compound. It's disgusting.
It is disgusting. The cleaning ladies get paid extra.
Imagine being the neighbor. 20 fucking gay guys moved into the fuck pad. Dirty Mike and the boys.
Yeah, the ages are 30 to 65. Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Oh, I thought he said 30 to 16, not 65. I was like, wait, what?
I'm sure it goes a lot
Who gets
lower.
brought there?
Exactly. And then there was a funny tweet that I thought was something to highlight.
Gay month now over. No one allowed be gay.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
All right, well, that's the end of our gay part of cringe.
Right on,
We have
buddy.
a couple more stories here. The plus-size park hoppers are still at it.
And this is the dark side of the plus-size park hoppers reality. This is getting rejected from rides.
Ashley wears a size 5X and was unable to get the green light for this ride. Katie wears a size 3X and has 65-inch hips. The team member advised her to sit as far back into the seat as possible, but unfortunately, even with a push, she was unable to get the green light. My name is Stephanie, and I wear a size 2X and have 60-inch hips. At first, I did not think I got the green light, but after sitting further back into the seat and with a push from the team member, I was able to get the green light.
So they're still testing the rides, and it must cause some infighting if the skinniest fat person is allowed on and everyone else gets turned away.
Yeah. Hey, girls, go wait at the churro stand. I'm going to ride this one. And then they're kind of mad and huffing because they couldn't fit.
And they eat their feelings.
And how many rides do you really fit on if you don't fit like in that?
Yeah.
What do you ride? One ride?
It's mostly a Disney food tour is what it sounds like.
You guys go get more churros.
Yeah, and then this leads us to another dark thing, which is the turnover rate of the plus-size park hoppers. Over time, you know, a few of them are going to fall off. Grabber.
Yeah. There is a high turnover rate. That's a good point.
So eventually some of these bigger fat ones will be replaced by smaller fat ones, and then maybe...
And then they grow to bigger, and then they pass on.
Yeah, it's a vicious cycle.
It's a very vicious cycle.
Dark.
Well, that is the end of Cringe of the Week. We're now moving on to Urban Decay. All right, our first story from Urban Decay. Carnival has a new list of rules that some people are saying are racist.
Yeah, this is kind of huge news. We've been covering the decline of Carnival, and we've shown a lot of these videos in Urban Decay, so now we're coming full circle. A list of the rules goes as follows. Stricter drug enforcement. Cannabis, even if legal in your home state, is banned on board under federal law. Violators face removal and permanent bans. There's now a youth curfew. Guests 17 and under must leave public spaces by 1 a.m. unless accompanied by an adult or part of a supervised teen program. Fan restrictions. Handheld, non-battery fans are now prohibited, partly due to safety concerns surrounding the viral "Where Them Fans At" line dance.
I didn't hear about that one.
I didn't hear about that one either, and I'm not in those circles. Bluetooth speaker ban. Guests may no longer play their own music in public areas. Carnival says the rule is for comfort, but many see racial bias in enforcement. Drink package enforcement. The 15-drink daily limit on Carnival's Cheers package has existed for years, but is now being enforced more strictly. And reduced music genre options. Though not officially banned, hip-hop and rap appear to be quietly removed from many ship playlists. DJs also reportedly decline guest requests now.
You're banning the Bluetooth speakers? That's racist. Only black people play their Bluetooth speakers on the cruise.
Kind of admitting something there, right?
Yeah, exactly. It just proves the point. If you say this is racist, you're admitting to the behavior. And I think Carnival originally was trying to compete with the competition, undercutting their prices. And then eventually it's like, shit, cruise for $499. I could swing that. We're going to turn up.
Yeah, we got to go. My cousin invited me.
And then, bam, now you have your demographic of who's going. And then if you make these rules and try to enforce these rules to decrease the black voting population, are you ever going to get white people to come back? Or is the brand already set as Carnival Cruise is
Spirit of the Seas,
the Spirit Airlines of the Sea?
Yeah, and I don't think they will come back. This is too little too late to me. We've been covering these kind of Carnival urban bad experiences for probably 2 years at this point, I would say.
Yeah.
And definitely after COVID, it ramped up. But yeah, they've positioned themselves. And then I think another piece of it is the way a corporation is structured, they're very slow to respond to trends like these, especially racially sensitive trends like these. Because imagine getting a group together and being like, guys, we're the customer experience team. And there's like 4 black team members who are, watching this decline too. And everybody it's kind of unspoken. How do you bring that up in a corporate setting? Guys, we're kind of becoming a little too urban, if you know what I mean.
There's a lot of Bluetooth speakers and cocoa butter everywhere.
Yeah, the Black and Milds, I'm smelling more of them. And a lot of Hennessy drinkers on. That you're speaking in euphemisms.
Yeah.
And you can't really cut to the core because you're afraid of losing your job, right?
I was thinking maybe Carnival should just double down and just commit to being the Black Cruise Line. That's kind of what Red Lobster did.
Yeah.
Red Lobster was struggling, and now they're like, seafood boils. We bring out a plastic bag of seafood, and we dump it on the table.
Totally. And let's see. But the thing is, Carnival leaning into that, they're going to be like, let's see how Red Lobster plays out first. I don't know if they're necessarily going to have the comeback they think they are.
That's a good point. And also 15 drink minimum.
Yeah.
Can you imagine
Maximum.
a maximum? Can you imagine the fights that they had to deal with people drinking more than 15 drinks in a day?
I know.
I was thinking, like, can I invest in Carnival's prison?
Yeah, the brig. They call it the brig.
The brig?
Yeah.
The cruise to prison pipeline. There's like an onboard little mini jail. How do I invest in that?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think you can. But yeah, I guess they're going to do permanent bans and stuff. But I think this is, again, just too little too late. I think it's already gone. You've kind of nuked your brand with what you've shown, and it's over.
Yeah. And then rule number 7, no ankle monitors in the pool.
Yeah, you can get electrocuted.
Rule number 8, no FaceTiming your cousin.
Yeah, and no staying in your cousin's suite either. Sleeping on the floor. I don't know what else they're doing, but you guys know what they're up to.
That's pretty good. All right, our next clip is a pool tackle that I don't really know why.
You're not gonna do this. I'm a girl. You're not gonna do this. Damn!
Crushed her.
Full speed, lowered the shoulder.
And it's a lot of horseplay for people who aren't strong swimmers.
Yeah, that was weird. That was like hitting a woman.
Yeah, crazy. And speaking of swimming, needing to stay afloat, I found this thing that describes how to tread water, and look how they portray it in the 3 different ways.
What exactly makes you sink in water? The red model pushes the water upward while pulling the arms up, which in turn pushes the body downward. The splashes created by this motion lift air pockets and sweep them under the arms and hands. This makes the downward push light and ineffective. The green model, on the other hand, keeps the hands constantly in the water. It follows a figure 8-like path, and the palm gently indicates the direction of this flow. This figure 8 is not flat. Each turn contains a soft curve. The red model's legs also push water upward during the recovery phase, and the body is pushed downward. The downward motions are very steep, as if trying to step on something. It fails to gather and push the water and instead pierces it harshly with the bottom of the foot. The green model uses the inner part of the legs and feet like a fan to gather and push water strongly. During the recovery phase, the legs are repositioned in a way that minimizes upward thrust. In the yellow model, it's enough for only the head to stay above the surface, but the shoulders also rise above it. The arms and legs exhaust themselves just to keep this extra mass outside the water. Proper technique is not just about not sinking. It must also be sustainable.
So treading water is kind of an IQ test.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you can't figure it out, you're kind of stupid.
And you know who does the red. They do the red and the yellow, and I do green.
I do green. I'm a green guy.
And it's natural. No one ever taught. My dad didn't say, hey, here's how you tread water. I was just kind of in the water a lot, and I figured it out.
Yeah.
And if you ever get stranded, if you're floating in the ocean, you could also just, like, fill your lungs all the way and then only breathe, like, the top 25% of your air to keep, like, the bubble and just float on your back.
Keep yourself buoyant. Yeah.
Buoyant.
Nobody knows how to do that, apparently.
But certain groups get in the water and they freak out and start going like this, and then the water just kind of overtakes them, and you DROWN.
Okay, what are you trying to say? Certain groups were in Urban Decay. What kind of group? Carnival Cruise customers? All right.
You know which groups.
Okay.
All right, next we have a couple bad Amazon workers. First is a guy who is not considerate to the traffic behind him.
I said move the truck or I'll move it for you.
No, you're not moving nothing. I'm ready to drop these packages off and you ready to wait, bro. Chill, bro. I just parked the truck not too long ago.
There are fucking 10 cars in the way. Move the motherfucking truck.
Yeah, all right. Picture that. You're not talking to me like that, bro. Show some respect.
I am talking to you like that right now. You hear me? They all hear me. You inconsiderate piece of shit. Move the fucking truck.
Yeah. Whoop his ass, dude. That's all he's going to understand.
You can fuck off, too. All right, I'm going to move it for you then. You're going to spaz on me. You're going to spaz on me.
Spaz on me right now, bitch.
I'm trying to drop my shit off, bro. Get out my face, bro. Dude, move the van. Come on, you got like 20 people. Bro, all y'all in my fucking ear, bro. Go get in your fucking truck, bro.
Do you see the fucking mess you're causing?
Bro, I'm not causing shit. I'm just trying to deliver the packages.
There's a fucking parking spot right there, and you're in the middle of the goddamn street, you fool.
Fucking low IQ.
Getting out of their car. Multiple people. You think you're in the right here?
Yeah, you don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck when your ass is fired.
I'm not going to get fired, bro.
Just defiant.
That's that theme we've been showing. When the more people yell at him, the more they kind of anchor down in the stupid low IQ resistance. And then the guy even says a line like, "Don't be disrespecting me." It's like, and what is parking your car in front of 10 waiting cars? What's that?
Yeah.
Is that respect?
Crazy thought process. And if you think about it, he's just like, I'm just trying to deliver the package. Like, that's all he's thinking. I need to deliver these packages.
Yeah.
That's it. And then it's not like, well, I need to deliver these packages in a fast way that also is considerate to traffic and follows the law. Like,
it's single-faceted.
He's just, I got to deliver the packages. There's a line of cars behind you. You don't look and go, oh, shit, I'm slowing things down. I'll pull over for a few minutes, let everyone pass, then I got to deliver the packages.
So he's just operating in a world, not even thinking, just being 100% selfish. Let's go to another Amazon driver who's doing a little more thinking and see what they're thinking about, right?
Treat them like they treated us back in the days of segregation. Isolate everybody who's ever voted for him. They do not deserve respect. They don't deserve your business. You have every right to kick them out of your business when you see fit. Don't serve them. Don't even give them the time of day. Any Trump.
It's starting to sound a little like Jim Crow, man. We're going there? All right, well, let's do that. How about you figure out how to make your own fucking electricity, you muppet?
Supporter.
Get off the grid,
Any
bitch.
Republican. Do not give them the time of day.
That's the energy that got Trump elected, brother.
Yeah, that's the energy that probably got you working minimum wage, brother. Going from gig to gig.
And he says kick him out of your businesses, but you got to keep delivering those packages.
Yeah.
That's not your business. So unless you want to get fired,
put it on the porch, brother.
Keep putting it on those MAGA flag waving porches.
Shut the fuck up while you're at it.
And I think a lot of the problems we're seeing here obviously is with an anti-white agenda.
For sure.
The anti-whiteism is everywhere. And then like when you see stuff like that and you're a white person, you might think, damn, people are hating white people lately. I'd love to just live by myself with a bunch of other white people.
Mm-hmm.
And some people in Arkansas did that, but turns out living in a community amongst like-minded people who also look like you is anti-Semitic.
Yeah. This is from the ADL. It says residents of Northeast Arkansas should be deeply concerned about a white supremacist group's attempt to develop 160 acres near Ravenden. The group allegedly plans to exclude Jews and non-white individuals from land ownership by limiting sales to individuals who are white Christian or pagans of European heritage. In addition, its founders have declared ambitions to expand and create white-only enclaves in other locations.
And he keep going.
We believe this development not only revives discredited and reprehensible forms of segregation, it should also be illegal under the Arkansas Fair Housing Act and Fair Housing Act of 1968, as well as other federal and state civil rights laws.
So white families wanting to live together on their own land in the middle of nowhere, Arkansas, is a threat to Jews.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's crazy how they kind of say the quiet part out loud there.
Yes, I guess so.
And then, maybe we should send some Somalis to Israel.
Ooh, I don't know.
You think they'd like that?
I don't think they would. I don't think so.
And we have some other bad takes from the ADL. You guys know the ADL. The OK symbol is a hate symbol. Milk is a hate symbol. Yeah. Saying it's okay to be white, it's okay to be white is a hate symbol. Yeah. We have some other bad ADL takes as well.
Former President Trump also delivered remarks that were in character but still dangerous. His claims about expelling warmongers, driving out globalists, casting out communists, and throwing off those who hate our country echo classic anti-Semitic rhetoric.
So warmongers, globalists, communists, and those who hate our country.
You know, it's the weirdest part is like, you know, when you're not watching my shows, you don't really hear a lot of this stuff. Most of you probably don't know a lot of this ADL nonsense and how you're supposed to kiss the ring of Israel with every time that you open your mouth. You got to get on bended knee. A lot of these probably don't realize that that's what's going on in the world. But it's so weird to watch normies. You know, the everyday average podcaster is now starting to wake up to the shenanigans.
That's another word for Jews.
Yeah.
Like,
so
what?
The ADL saw themselves in that, much like the Bluetooth speaker.
Yeah.
In Carnival, were the blacks.
And
saw that.
Exactly. Can you read the next few?
This one says, Christian conservatives long for a country that is more culturally and religiously monolithic, but that is precisely what the United States cannot and should not become. And that's from Evan Sandsmark, his opinion.
Yep.
And then another one says, demography is destiny. Ensuring Israel's Jewish majority is neither offensive nor indefensible.
So ethno-state for thee, but not for me.
Yeah, pretty much.
And then the last one, can you give that a read?
ADL South Central says, we applaud the Fifth Circuit for effectively rejecting Louisiana's 10 Commandments law, which requires public schools to display the 10 Commandments in every classroom. As we've said before, the best way to protect religious liberty is to keep the government out of religion and religion out of government. This and similar laws, such as SB 10 in Texas, would force a specific religious interpretation of the 10 Commandments on public school students, which raises constitutional concerns. We will continue to monitor this case through the appeals process.
So the ADL is always like legally getting involved to try and stop any sort of white Christian union.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that increases or decreases anti.
Huh. And they want us to have open borders where we have about, it's funny because I was having this conversation with Sage Outcast and I basically asked him, why does America give the rest of the world welfare? Why do we as Americans owe the rest of the world a damn thing? And he's like, what do you mean by welfare? And I mean, it got so ridiculous that we had to get down to the minuscule aspects of what is welfare? Well, according to the Oxford Dictionary definition, and we went with that, he's like, well, I don't really see it as welfare. I'm like, okay, so we can't agree on anything, basically. We can't even agree on what the meaning of words are. I said, do you think it would be a welfare benefit to you if you're walking on the sidewalk and there's a crisp $100 bill laying there? There's nobody around. It's not obvious that it fell out of anyone's pocket. Anyone would probably likely say it was theirs. If you said, hey, did you drop this? They'd probably go, oh, yeah, thank you very much. But, not that you're being greedy per se, but there's no obvious person to return it to. Would it not be a windfall for you to get that $100 that you didn't have before? Would that not benefit you? Well, that's what happens when we give billions and billions of dollars to, and by the way, the far and away almost double any other country. Israel has benefited more from the generosity of America than any other country on the face of this planet. The top 5, it's like Israel's bar is this big, and the next, since World War II, by the way, and then the next country is like this. So it's like this much has been given to Israel in the billions, like 300 and some odd $1 billion since World War II, right? And it's like, yeah, we don't owe them shit. I don't owe you a fucking thing. And it's like, and I don't know. We'll get into it. And he's like, oh, well, I don't think it's as many as you think. I said, well, how many countries do you think there are? And he said, I don't know, like 216. I'm like, and I knew that we were giving approximately 170 countries or 172 countries were getting welfare from America. We're getting aid, U.S. aid. There's only 196 countries on the face of this planet, recognized countries. And we're giving like 176 of them or 172 of them are getting money, some form of U.S. aid from the United States taxpayers. What the fuck? I got to let my dogs out. We're going to continue to listen to this, I guess, here. And I'll let my dogs out. I'm listening with you guys.
Anti-Semitism.
I don't know.
Makes you wonder.
Yeah.
Not good. All right, next we have a shootout in Philly from a few nights ago. We got the Ring camera. It looks pretty crazy. They letting them things talk.
And one of those was a Glock with a switch. You can see him. We'll play it again in slow motion. The guy in the foreground, he gets up, no cover, stands up, and just goes, brap, brap, brap. And then he's out of bullets, totally vulnerable. Say the rival gang starts closing in, and it's like, I spent all my Glock with the switch's bullets, which was an extended mag,
shooting
in 2
blindly.
seconds.
Shooting blindly when you were 100 yards away. It went, brah.
Yeah.
Oh, too bad.
Yeah, it kind of makes you want to get together with a group of your like-minded friends and move to rural Arkansas.
Yeah, and train how to use weapons correctly. Get in formations.
Yeah.
And clean your guns.
ADL wouldn't like that.
And then Howling Mutant had a funny tweet. Can you read that?
He said, "Bit muggy out today," I exclaim on a hot summer day, but also as a group of black teenagers walk by, leaving my meaning ambiguous.
That's pretty funny.
That's a good tweet. That's a
I
banger.
used to do that in New York when I lived in New York. We'd be like in a nightclub or something, you know, in a bar, and it's like dark, right?
Yeah.
But then if certain urban groups came, I would say it's getting a little dark in here because like the lighting, but also the urban groups.
Not very subtle on that one. Not very good.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, you're creating a hodgepodge of urban decay. I don't know what to
But that was everything goes together.
All right.
The guy
Amazon workers,
the guy tackling the girl, how to tread water, that connects. And then what was the last one? Letting the thing talk.
ADL seemed random. Seemed like you just wanted to get after the ADL in the middle of urban decay.
But it was after the Amazon workers was calling for segregation.
Yeah.
So I said, all right, if you want segregation, the ADL is not going to let us.
All right, true.
So apologize.
Not really.
Apology accepted.
Not really.
All right, next we have some EBT updates. We mentioned this in the intro. EBT now has some new rules and is limiting how much money people are getting. We have some women in the first clip complaining about it.
This is after the big, beautiful bill. So we got some of what we wanted. Remember how we've been railing against EBT? We've got some of the conditions that we've wanted so far, but we still don't have the limitations on what can be bought that we want. So this is some women's initial reaction to the limitations that are going in place.
Oh my God. What me and my kids gonna do? I only got $60 in my food. They cut my food stamps to $60. What me and my kids gonna do? I looked at my thing, it says $60. What is that? I got about 6 kids. What is that gonna do, $60? And my public housing, like what I'm finna do? I done got an eviction letter. Like, what am I finna do? I was living 3 years rent-free.
Y'all, I'm just gonna go on down there to the little Social Security office and sign up for me a little check because I must be crazy if I think I ain't gotta work. I just don't think I was put on this earth to work like that.
Everyone's so confused. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah. What every other functioning member of society does? I don't know. Maybe start there.
Everyone figures something out. Yeah. Marry someone who works or go work yourself.
Yeah, where's the I got about 6 kids. I don't she's estimating.
And there's not one guy?
There's not one father
around?
Yeah.
And then we have some information as to what the changes were.
Yeah, so the changes are mostly hardening requirements for like lifelong perpetual freeloaders is the way I read this situation. Mostly expanded work requirements. So age expansion, first and foremost. The bill raises the age limit for work requirements from 54 to 64 for able-bodied adults without dependents. So like that's like, if you're 54, you don't just get to retire off the government, you know? You got to be working, right? Parental work requirements. Parents with children age 6 or 7 or older must meet work requirements, 80 hours per month of work, volunteering, or training to maintain SNAP eligibility. Previously, with parents under 18 were exempt. This change significantly impacts single parents as only one parent in a married household needs to work. Exemptions remain for homeless people, veterans, pregnant women, those under 18, blah, blah, blah. And then immigration, there were some other rules, but those are the main ones.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to work. This whole thing is you have to work and you don't get until your kids are 18 getting $1,000 a month, right? And so this is kind of, we just want to talk about SNAP and EBT are basically the same thing, right? EBT is like how you do it. It's the card you swipe. SNAP is the program that gives you the money on the card. And then so that's mostly federal, and then some states supplement it or have a specific rule or whatever. And so you see those women at the beginning of the video, and they're talking about, what am I going to do? How am I going to do this? And it's called SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Program, right?
Supplemental means we help a little bit.
We give you a little cheese on top. We give you a push. Everybody struggles. Everybody has bad months. You know, come on, here, let's lift you up. We're a rich country, right? But I don't know how feeding someone 6 kids for their entire life until they're 18 is supplemental, you know? And then you're eating candy and Pepsi and all this shit, right? And so we're going to read some tweets here to kind of show you an example of what we mean. This is from Wayne Burkett. He said, people have no idea what EBT looks like to low-end working folks. It's way more money than the working poor would otherwise spend on food. So that's the point we're trying to make, where we say it's kind of like, it hasn't been supplemental. It's like hitting a lick, right?
It's all of your expenses a lot of times.
Exactly. And so this guy said, SNAP maxes out at $9.75 a month for a family of 4. That's $50 per person per week. Doesn't seem like way more. And then he just lies. He just says 50 per person per week, but it's 60 if you actually do the math, right? Depending on how long the month is, I guess. And then Wayne says, at the time I had it, we got like 3x our admittedly meager normal food budget. It was the difference between walking through the grocery store with a calculator and putting more stuff in my cart than I had ever before. So that's like what we're trying to say. And Wayne goes on to say, I spent $1,034 for our family of 5 last month, by the way. Is the supplemental nutrition program of last resort really supposed to give people what an upper middle class family is spending on groceries? And that's why it pisses you off. These people are so loud and they're mad about it, and they're entitled, and they do whatever they want. They get whatever they want. And that's not what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be like, hey, get some flowers, get some calorie-dense foods, and supplement your stuff. Not, hey, welcome to the government's teat until all your kids are 18. Keep having kids, right?
$1,000 a month. That's crazy.
So these job requirements, like, you're going to go fucking work at Walmart. You know, you're going to go do something. And I don't care what it is. It doesn't have to be the best, but there are requirements. There's also like you have to check in every 6 months now instead of every year. So it's more like oversight. And basically, I like it so far because it's like you feed a raccoon, like a raccoon living off trash, or like the fat birds at the park who just get thrown popcorn all day. It's not like, oh man, let's give that bird something. He's a hunter and I'll toss him a fish, make his life a little easier. It's like you're feeding, you're getting overweight zoo animals or something. Like you throw you guys have all seen like the bear who just sits there and catches like a banana or an orange and he goes,
it's like that.
So we want less of those. And
they're like animals.
Basically, I mean, are we helping them? Is this supplemental, or is this a charity case forever borne by the U.S.
Supplemental is the big takeaway here. Yeah. Not everyone knows what SNAP stood for, but supplemental, there's nothing supplemental about paying all of your grocery bills.
Exactly.
And then there's people online who are defending the SNAP recipients. Here's one of them.
Or they're fighting against the changes that just happened.
You don't want them to have access to food? Do you not want them to have... You know what they're going to do? They're going to end up stealing. And there's going to be more prisoners. Oh, that's so smart. That's so smart. Yeah, you're stunting American growth. You're stunting American growth, and my generation's getting fucked because of you. And I'm sick and tired of it. People have like this, oh, but, you know, there's so many people who, you know, for their SNAP benefits, they use it, but they don't actually need it. And this, I don't give a shit. I don't care.
Not the best spokesperson.
Well, I do. And then we voted for a guy who just did this. So, sorry, fat pig.
1,000-pound sister type.
That round face, 1,000-pound sister. And they really are choosing some of the worst spokespeople. The first women we showed, how am I supposed to I just got evicted. How am I supposed to feed these kids? And then this fat person going, I don't care that people scam it. Yeah. Really the lowest of the low. And she doesn't even really have an argument.
She's saying it's going to stunt American growth. And it's like, no, stunting American growth would be making people rely on SNAP and EBT and not go work and support themselves. Yeah. That's stunting growth. Oh, they're just going to steal and go to jail. I hope.
Yeah.
That would be great too.
Yeah, that's worse for the taxpayer, but better for me going to like Walmart or something, right?
So they're going to steal and go to jail. So you're saying criminals are going to go to jail for breaking the law.
Yeah.
Duh. Yeah. What's the issue?
And so ultimately, these are good strides, and it's going to end some abuse and then the lifelong entitled people. But we haven't done it all yet because I'm noticing more and more fast food restaurants are getting EBT eligible.
Yeah.
I've seen a couple of videos recently. We're just going to play this in the background with no volume. This woman's going to McDonald's that's advertising they now accept EBT. That looked like New York to me.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next woman goes to Popeyes and is getting
Popeyes.
EBT. We gladly accept EBT. And I think that's California.
Great.
So we win some, but there's more battles to be won, right?
Very true.
They're still getting soda, candy, McDonald's, and Popeyes? I don't fucking think so. Supplemental nutrition.
Nutrition.
We need to get back to the basics, right? So
we really strayed far from what the acronym was.
the Popeyes 6-piece meal is not really supplemental nutrition. That's you pigging on a taxpayer dollar.
All right, our last clip of Urban Decay is the Dad's Walk, where these dads take their kids for a walk.
Yo, I'm Ad 2, and I'm the father of Ace and Daniels. I'm Mike Kell, and I'm a father to Ocean. Courtney Davis, and I'm the father of Mia Davis.
Big Twan, man. This Mila. This Antoine Jr.
I'm Rendell, and with my daughter, Savannah.
I'm Vic, here with B3, Vic III. Excited to be
All right, we get it. You might be wondering, why is this an Urban Decay, not Uplifting Gold?
Mm-hmm.
It's because black parents or black dads are taking their kids for a walk. And you're supposed to, like, doing the bare minimum. You took your kid for a walk. And what? And it's like, this is all over social media. D.L. Hewley, oh, black excellence. You took your kid for a walk.
I get your point, but
You took the kid for a walk.
I get your point, but I'm not going to shit on these guys because this is like trying to be a leader in a community that like is acknowledging you have a problem. So I'm going to take the Uplifting Gold side. And obviously it's not much, but like they're trying to do something, right?
I just get frustrated when certain groups do the bare minimum and everyone is like clapping for them, and it's like, yeah, you took your kid for a walk.
I get it.
You didn't abandon the child, and then you took him for a walk.
But
it is uplifting and it is good.
But
and
we don't get, we can rag on them in Urban Decay, but then you have to say, all right, those guys are trying something. There's a lot of like, and maybe it starts elsewhere. It's not a walk or a PR fight.
You're right.
But it has to be, we can't make fun of that too.
We're not making fun of it. You're right. I changed my opinion. Good job taking the kids outside
for a walk. You can belittle it a little bit.
A little bit.
I get you.
All right. That's the end of that's the end of Urban Decay. We're now moving on to Uplifting Gold. Don't get too down or too depressed. We have some good Uplifting Gold clips. First, this is a company softball game.
Play at the plate. Oh, my God.
Oh, man. At a work company softball game.
All right.
That's tough. That guy probably felt bad.
Of course, he fell. It wasn't like a hit. It wasn't like bracing.
But what was she doing? She just runs through the plate?
I don't know.
Just go around or just get tagged out. It's a company softball game. Now you have reconstructive knee surgery.
That's true, too.
You are in a knee brace. All right, next, this guy does a door-to-door, and it doesn't go how you think.
Hi, I was just driving by and I saw that your lawn was getting kind of long. I'm wondering if you have anybody to mow your grass.
No, we don't.
You don't?
No.
Well, you should really get one because honestly, this looks horrible. This is really embarrassing and your yard looks really crappy.
Gee, thanks.
Yeah, you bet. All right, have a good one.
Nice old lady. That's
not funny.
You're a scumbag.
That's not funny because that was a nice old lady, and you shouldn't be mean to them. You should have cut her grass.
Should have cut her grass for free.
Yeah, so that's not uplifting.
Okay.
Next, we have a garage
Kind of
band.
uplifting.
Calvin, what do I do when I'm lonely, bro?
So if you're lonely, you know I'm here waiting for you. I'm just a crosshair. I'm just a shot away from you. And
Nice.
I like that.
Yo, I actually saw something that, like, I think people on TikTok were saying that people are faking being in a garage band now. And, like, if you were in a garage band, wouldn't you have the garage door open?
Yeah. Are those guitars plugged in?
I don't know. I'm sure they're playing, but I'm weary now. People are faking being in a garage band, and they're, like, being PR firms.
Damn, I was
to
going to
go
say,
viral.
Americana, like, garage bands are back.
I know. I encourage all real garage bands, but I'm looking for me getting scammed now.
Yeah.
Fake viral.
And it's interesting because
I think somebody found two different bands playing in the same garage and they connected like a poster.
Wow.
There was something like that. So I don't know about that one, but
yeah. And it's interesting because if you asked me when I was in high school, like, oh, are garage bands good? I'd be like, no. It's like loser kids who don't play sports and they're all just playing a band. They're not going to make it. Garage bands suck.
Yeah.
But now, because of all the migrants,
Everyone gets elevated, yeah.
It's like, oh, kids are doing something.
Counterculture.
They're not on their phone. Yeah, that's fucking great.
Yeah, I get that.
You know, like you've come a long way where you're expecting the bare minimum. Oh, kids are jumping off of a thing into a creek.
Oh, those kids are mugging an old lady. Great. At least they're outside. Yeah, or like desperate for anything.
Something happened where now I have no standards.
At least he's in the Harry Potter outfit. He's getting out fresh air.
So true. All right, next, in Japan, they use a hot steel egg to keep your soup warm. So they put it in. Isn't that pretty good?
Yeah.
Keeps the soup warm.
Grab that with your hand.
You would touch it just to see how hot it was.
Bad.
You would go like this because you have ADD. You would go, ooh.
Of course I would.
But that's good technology.
Okay.
And that's old technology, too.
Yeah, it's not tech. It's old.
And you can put it in your bed and make your bed warm. That's what they do with some stuff.
Yeah. All right.
All right, next we have a fat oil worker RRB type. He doesn't get EBT.
No, he doesn't get shit.
And he has to do this, and he probably gets injured on the job, and he sweats all day, and he eats breakfast at a gas station. He has 2 Monster Energies and a hot dog at 8 in the morning.
Yeah.
But then that lady from Urban Decay, how am I supposed to feed these kids? How does he feed his kids?
I don't know.
All right, next, another American worker.
How many Mountain Dews do you drink a day?
15.
15? Do you have an entire refrigerator for Mountain Dew at your house? Half a refrigerator. I think I already know the answer to this one, but can, bottle, or fountain?
Bottle.
Is Mountain Dew good warm, or does it have to be cold?
Oh, it can be good warm.
Okay.
15 Mountain Dews a day.
Bottles. Those are 20 ounces.
That's Americana.
Yeah.
It's not the pure Americana clip of the week, but it's Americana.
Okay.
Next, we have a clip of an unpoisoned family. I never knew about this, but these are like normal people without any influence from the bad guys.
I've grown up without a TV. I don't think I need one.
I love soccer and football and basketball.
My guy did it.
Do you know who Tom Brady is?
I don't think so. I have heard of Spider-Man.
Who is Spider-Man?
Something that I don't know.
Do you know who LeBron James is?
Not really.
Our children may not know who Justin Bieber is, but we're okay with that. It's not important to us in the long
I
run.
got Mormon face.
Like how much a cup?
3 cups.
We weren't allowed to eat any sugar when we were growing up. We had honey.
Just do it, honey, but like up to there.
We've never had any carbonated sodas around. They know what a Coke is, but they don't know what a Coke is, if you understand.
They've never tasted it.
Experientially, they've never had a Coke.
Isn't that nice?
Yeah, that's pretty good. And then like the kids, you give them honey, and then they're like, yeah, dump it in. They'll find a way to have fun, you know? And then this kid looks like somebody who's going to go to World War II.
Yeah.
He looks like he was 1945.
Yep. And then the ADL comes and goes, hey,
what are you guys doing here?
There's not enough porn in here.
Get them plugged in. Get them plugged into the Matrix.
Everyone needs a TikTok.
Yeah.
All right, our last clip of the episode is also our Pure Americana clip of the week. This is a button at Walmart.
Somebody from Walmart's gonna be right with you.
Somebody from Walmart's gonna be right with you.
There you go.
That's pretty good. All right. We have a few shout-outs, no big deal. Happy birthday to Graceland's husband, Joseph, who turned 30 on July.
All right, everyone. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. I think I'm going to take tonight off from YouTube. I don't plan on streaming. I don't really see much of a point to it, honestly. But I'll talk to you all in the next one. More iron and food. Questionable. Don't know. But I'll talk to you all later.